I will speak to you directly and without beating around the bush, yet always with the respect your journey deserves. This book is an invitation to personal mastery. We combine conscious assumption with stoic fortitude so that you may learn to inhabit your purpose without anxiety. We will utilize the science of attention to help you understand how your internal state shapes your external reality. This is not a manual on positivity. It is a system for stabilization. If you are ready to return to yourself, free of judgment, here is the map to a luminous and stable life. Chapter 1. The calling that commands you. There are times when you don't need more ideas, but more focus. Not because you lack ability, but because you've been trying to move forward with an overloaded mind for too long. Sometimes you feel it as exhaustion, other times as distraction, other times as a gentle unease that appears when the noise subsides. And, although it may seem uncomfortable, that feeling isn't an enemy. It's a sign. It's the call that guides you. It doesn't come to punish you, it comes to align you. Perhaps you've tried methods, routines, tips, lists. Perhaps you've pushed yourself hard and still feel your focus slipping away. Don't be surprised. Your attention is a finite resource, and today it's under siege. Every notification is a micro-interruption. Every other person's urgency is a tug. Every piece of content you consume unintentionally leaves a trace. Your mind, like an antenna, picks up signals all day long. If you don't choose which signals come in, you'll end up tuning into the frequency of the accidental. And the accidental never builds purpose. It builds anxiety. This chapter isn't meant to give you a quick motivation. It's meant to help you recognize something life-changing. The calling isn't emotion, it's direction. The calling is that inner point where, calmly but firmly, you understand that you no longer want to live erratically. You understand that your energy deserves direction. You understand that your life can be more coherent, more serene, more powerful. You don't need to become someone different overnight. You just need to start moving forward with one simple principle. Your attention determines your reality. Marcus Aurelius wrote that a person's life is what their thoughts make of it. That phrase, read calmly, isn't pressure, it's freedom. If your thoughts and attention are scattered, your life is scattered. If your thoughts and attention are focused, your life becomes ordered. It's not magic, it's coherence. And coherence is a form of active peace. Not a peace that lulls you to sleep, but a peace that allows you to act without drama. The calling that commands you often comes when you realize something humble. You've been surrendering your power in small pieces, not because you're weak, but because the modern world is designed to fragment you. The modern economy competes for your attention. Modern culture celebrates haste. Modern conversation rewards reaction. In the midst of all this, you're trying to build a business, a vision, a life with purpose. It's normal to feel friction. You're not failing, you're waking up. This is where Stoicism comes in as a support, not a punishment. Epictetus taught that what disturbs you is not the facts themselves, but your judgment of them. When your day is filled with stimuli, your judgment becomes automatic. You interpret everything quickly. You rush. You justify yourself. You compare yourself to others. You demand too much of yourself. Then your energy is lost. The call to you asks for something else. A brief pause, clear judgment, simple action. That is the order. You don't need to control the world. You need to regain control of your response. And this is where Neville comes in. Not as fantasy, but as an internal practice. Assuming an ending isn't just imagining for the sake of imagining. It's choosing a state and holding it long enough for your behavior to align with it. When you assume an ending of clarity, you begin to act like someone who protects their attention. When you assume an ending of focus, you begin to live like someone who chooses a task and sticks with it. When you assume an ending of purpose, you begin to say no to whatever steals your direction. Assumption is a gentle but firm command. It doesn't yell at you, it guides you. Think of gravity. Gravity is an organizing force. Everything with mass attracts. Your attention works similarly. What you feed with attention gains mass in your life. If you feed worry, worry grows. If you feed comparison, comparison grows. If you feed your work grows. The calling that guides you is the moment you decide what things will have mass in your world and what things will diminish until they no longer attract you. It's not about perfection, it's about direction. You can also think of it in terms of hertz. When your mind switches stimuli every few seconds, it operates at a frequency of interruption. It's like an engine trying to start and stop all the time. It runs out of steam and doesn't move forward. When your mind sustains a single task, the noise decreases, coherence increases, and something different emerges. Continuity. Continuity doesn't always feel exciting, but it feels true. And that truth brings calm. This book will be challenging, yes, but not to hurt you. It will be challenging to give you back control without humiliating you. There's a huge difference between demanding and cruel. Cruelty breaks you. Demanding strengthens you. You don't need to feel guilty for having become scattered. You need to understand the mechanism and train a new one. Because if you blame yourself, you remain tied to the past. If you train, you project yourself into the future. Now, the first step isn't to reorganize your entire life in a day. The first step is to recognize your core. Your core is the thing that, if you hold on to it consistently, gives order to everything else. It could be a business project, a product, a skill, a spiritual practice, a creative work. It doesn't have to be perfect. It has to be true to you. The calling that gives you order doesn't ask you to know everything. It asks you to choose a direction and honor it. There's a common temptation when this calling arises, to rush to fill the void with plans, to make enormous lists, to open documents, to promise yourself radical changes. That might feel good for a moment, but if it remains just planning, it leaves you in the same place. What brings order to your life isn't the list. What brings order to your life is repeated action. One small action done well today, another tomorrow, another the day after. That's how a new identity is born, without drama. Seneca said that it's not that we have little time, but that we waste a lot of it. Today, time is wasted in fragments. Just a minute, just checking, just replying, just looking. Those justs turn into hours. And most importantly, they become habits. The call that compels you invites you to turn off those taps, not all at once, one by one, calmly, decisively. To begin, you need a small, quiet space, not a special room, a retreat, or a complicated ritual. Just a few minutes where no noise can enter. Turn off the music. Put your phone away. Don't open anything. Just breathe and listen to yourself. At first, what you hear might be restlessness. That's normal. The restlessness was there all along. The noise was just masking it. You don't have to fight it. Just observe, like someone watching a wave rise and fall. And as you observe, something important happens. You reclaim the right to choose. At that moment, you ask yourself a simple yet powerful question. What action, if I take it today, will give substance to my future? Not what action entertains you, not what action brings you applause. What action gives you a future? The answer is usually simpler than you think. The mind complicates it because it fears the responsibility of carrying it out. But when you decide calmly, your body aligns. Clear decision brings peace. Constant indecision brings anxiety. When you find that action, you commit to a short but real block. It doesn't have to be huge. It has to be unbreakable. That block is your first stone, and a stone, repeated, becomes a foundation. Don't strive for it to feel perfect. Strive for it to feel honest. Do it even if your mind wants to procrastinate. Do it even if your energy is moderate. Do it with firm care, like someone training a muscle they want to protect. Neville emphasized something that becomes practical here: the feeling of a fulfilled desire. Don't use it to escape. Use it to bring order. Before starting your block, take a moment and imagine how you'll feel when you finish it. Lighter, more dignified, clearer. Not as a fantasy, as a preconceived notion. Feel that calm. And then step into action from that calm. That's assuming a state. You're training your mind to associate focus with real well-being, not with punishment. It's also important that this calling teaches you to speak to yourself better. You continue to use the second person because that inner voice is a tool. Your internal dialogue can be a weapon or a wound. When you tell yourself, "I'm no good," you fragment yourself. When you tell yourself, "I can start small," you organize yourself. This isn't about naive optimism. It's about actionable language. An empathetic leader doesn't insult their team. They lead with clarity. Do the same for yourself. You'll notice, over time, that the calling doesn't always feel pleasant. Sometimes it feels like a quiet discomfort. You no longer want to get lost in the noise. You no longer want to live half a life. You no longer want to postpone what matters to you. That discomfort is love for your future. It's respect for your time. It's a sign that your life wants to align. Don't silence it with distraction. Listen to it, thank it, and act. In business, this alignment is invaluable because the market rewards consistency. It rewards clarity. It rewards delivery. And delivery stems from focus. When you operate with focus, your product improves, your message sharpens, and your presence becomes calmer and more trustworthy. People trust those who project stability. Stability is a sign of power, not aggressive power, but real power, the power to deliver. On your inner journey, alignment is also invaluable because your life ceases to be divided between what you say and what you do. You begin to feel a new dignity, not out of pride, but out of coherence. And that coherence is the foundation upon which purpose rests. Purpose is not sustained by someone who lives reacting. It is sustained by someone who chooses, repeats, and protects their state. Now, to close this chapter without turning it into a whole section, I'll leave you with a very concrete action, gentle yet firm. Before you go to sleep tonight, prepare just one thing for tomorrow that will facilitate your block. A clear desk, an open document, a notebook ready, a task written in a single line, so that your tomorrow self doesn't have to negotiate with friction. Then, when you wake up, instead of entering the world first, enter your life first. Do your block. Produce some evidence, small, real evidence. And when you finish, even if no one knows it, recognize something essential. You obeyed yourself. That is the calling that guides you. It doesn't ask you to be perfect. It asks you to be consistent. And when you become consistent, your attention becomes more stable. Your frequency becomes clearer. Your gravity grows, and your purpose, little by little, ceases to be an idea. It becomes a serene direction. And that direction, if you honor it, will take you further than your scattered mind dared to imagine. Are you enjoying this information? Then don't forget that the first link in the description has more resources to help you continue growing. Chapter 2. Choosing your north calmly. Choosing your path isn't a dramatic act. It's an intimate one. Sometimes you think your purpose should arrive like a revelation, with a powerful emotional impact that leaves you with no doubts. But real life works differently. What sustains you isn't intensity, it's consistency. And consistency is built with small, repeated choices, made calmly. That's why this chapter exists, so you can stop searching for perfect certainty and start choosing a path that is sufficient, clear, and livable. You may have confused having many options with having freedom. In theory, more options sounds good. In practice, many options without a guiding principle create noise. They leave you mentally open, like a door banging in the wind. Every stimulus pushes you. Every trend tempts you. Every external urgency captures you. Then, your day becomes a sum of reactions. And in the end, you feel the same. Exhaustion and little progress. It's not that you lack willpower. You lack a center. And that center is called direction. Your guiding principle isn't an endless list. It's a central idea that brings order. It's a criterion that simplifies. It's the compass that allows you to say yes to this and no to this without guilt. When you have a guiding principle, your life becomes lighter because you no longer argue with every decision. You don't need to renegotiate everything all day long. You simply return to your center. That's true peace. Not the peace of doing nothing, but the peace of knowing what to do. Marcus Aurelius spoke of the good order of the mind, of that inner realm to which you can return at any time. Choosing your north is the beginning of building that realm. Because when there is a center, your mind ceases to be a noisy marketplace and becomes a foundation. On a foundation, there are priorities, there is logistics, there are hierarchies. There is no chaos. Not because the world is soft, but because you become clearer. Epictetus would remind you that you don't control external circumstances, but you do control your judgment and your actions. Your true north is a judgment. It's a choice of meaning. What is your energy worth? What is your time worth? What is your attention worth? If you don't choose, the world chooses for you. If you choose, your actions align. True north doesn't eliminate problems. True north eliminates confusion. And confusion is one of the most costly drains there is. Neville, from another doorway, would tell you the same thing. Dwell in the end. But dwelling in the end doesn't mean predicting the exact future with perfect precision. It means choosing a state and living from it. That state, if you hold on to it, becomes your guiding star. When you choose a guiding star, your imagination ceases to be a factory of doubts and becomes a tool for direction. You begin to imagine from the yes, not from the maybe. You begin to feel like someone moving towards something, not like someone floating among possibilities. Think of gravity. A North Star is a massive object. When you choose it, your attention begins to orbit around it. And when your attention orbits something, that something grows. Your decisions become ordered around it. Your habits become more consistent. Your calendar clears up. Your conversations become more selective. Not out of rigidity, but out of clarity. The gravity of the North Star doesn't confine you. It orders you. You can also think of it in hertz. When you have a clear direction, your mind reduces frequency fluctuations. You stop jumping between meaningless stimuli. You become more stable. Stability, over time, feels like a calming force. And that calming force is the foundation of focus. You don't need to be euphoric to move forward. It's enough to be stable. Stability allows you to build critical mass. Now, choosing your path calmly involves something that will bring you relief. You don't need to be right forever. You need to commit for a while. The common mistake is demanding that your choice be the final one. And since you can't guarantee it, you don't choose at all. You remain in limbo. And that pause seems like prudence, but often it's fear in disguise. Life doesn't demand infallibility. It demands direction. Direction is tested by walking. Seneca wrote that no wind is favorable to him who does not know to which port he is sailing. But the opposite is also true. When you choose a port, even difficult winds become useful, because they force you to adjust without losing your way. The north doesn't take away storms. It gives you a sense of direction to navigate them. You might wonder how to choose a direction without confusing it with a whim. There's a subtle difference between what excites you because it's new and what sustains you because it has meaning. What excites you because it's new shines quickly and fades away. What sustains you because it has meaning may be more understated, quieter, but when you reflect on it, it brings a strange calm. Not necessarily instant happiness, but dignity. A sense of, this is worthwhile. That dignity is a more reliable compass than euphoria. There's another clue. Your true north is often an intersection. An intersection between what you know how to do, what you're willing to learn, and what the world needs. If you're an entrepreneur, the world needs solutions. If you're a spiritual seeker, your inner world needs direction. Your true north can unite both, building something useful from a more stable inner state. You don't have to have everything figured out today. A single phrase that gives you direction is enough. That phrase doesn't have to be complicated. In fact, the simpler, the better. Because a simple phrase is remembered. A simple phrase is repeated. A simple phrase becomes the norm. It could be something like, build with calm and consistency, or create value from focus, or be a clarity operator, or sustain a steady state and produce evidence. The aesthetics don't matter. What matters is that when you read it, you feel centered. Now, there's an obstacle that arises right here. The fear of losing things. When you choose a direction, you inevitably leave other things behind. The mind interprets that as loss, but it's actually liberation. If you try to hold on to everything, you become diluted. If you choose a direction, you become compact. And compactness is power. Not aggressive power, but the power of execution. The power to sustain yourself. The power not to be swept away by the noise. The north also helps you heal a common tension. The guilt of not doing everything. Guilt is a silent drain. It saps your energy even when you're working. It tells you that you should be doing something else, that you should respond, that you should study more, that you should be more present. This guilt fragments you. The north reduces it because it gives you a criterion. Not now. Not as rejection, but as a priority. There are things that are good, but they're not right for this season. Choosing the right season is wisdom. Marcus Aurelius would teach you to return to yourself in the midst of chaos. Your true north is that return. Every time your mind wanders, don't punish yourself. You return. Like someone returning to their center when they're swaying. You return to your true north with a question. What action today will nourish my path? And then you take that action. This repetition is kind and firm. It doesn't demand perfection, it demands return. Neville would tell you that the state of mind comes first. So before you act, it's best to establish the state of mind that corresponds to your guiding principle. If your guiding principle is to build calmly, your state of mind cannot be haste. If your guiding principle is focus, your state of mind cannot be interruption. If your guiding principle is purpose, your state of mind cannot be distraction. You take a minute, breathe, and choose the feeling of a fulfilled desire. You're already on course. You're already moving forward. You're already being consistent. Then you act. This isn't theater. It's internal training to make your behavior more stable. In practical terms, choosing your true north becomes real when you integrate it into your day. It's not enough to just have it in your head. It needs to appear on your calendar, in your first hour, and within your boundaries. If your true north is real, it will be reflected in your input decisions. What you consume, who you listen to, what interruptions you allow. It will be reflected in your output decisions. What you deliver, what you finish, what evidence you produce. A true north without evidence is a wish. A true north with evidence becomes your identity. There's a very useful exercise you can do without turning it into a tedious ritual. Today, write your true north on a single line. Then write down 3 things below that aren't aligned with your true north, even if they seem urgent. Not to dismiss them, but to put them in perspective. This frees you up. Next, choose just one action for tomorrow that aligns with your true north. Just one. And make sure you do it before exposing yourself to any noise. This sequence trains your sovereignty. First your course, then the world. You'll be surprised how quickly your inner feeling changes when you repeat this. Not because life is perfect, but because the mind loves consistency. When your mind senses consistency, anxiety decreases. The need to check diminishes. Comparison diminishes. And in that calm, a new strength emerges. Constancy. Constancy doesn't feel epic. It feels stable. And stability, over time, becomes a magnet. It's also important to speak to yourself with respect when your inner compass is tested. There will be days when your energy is low, days when the world demands more, days when your mind wants to retreat into the noise. On those days, your inner compass holds you like a steady hand on your shoulder. It doesn't push you cruelly. It reminds you of what's essential. It tells you, come back. Do the minimum that is consistent. And the minimum that is consistent, repeated, is more powerful than the maximum that is impulsive. If you want to see the deeper result of choosing a path, look at it this way. You go from living by reactions to living by principles. Simple principles. Silence before noise. Evidence before consumption. 1 priority before 10. Conscious response before impulse. These principles guide you without demanding a different personality. They only ask for repetition. And repetition, over time, changes you. I'll leave you with a final image so this chapter can stay with you naturally. Imagine your life as a ship. You can't control the wind, but you can choose your course. A ship without a course tires with every wave. A ship with a course rides the wave. Calmly choosing your north is like putting the rudder where it needs to be. You don't need to shout at the wind. You don't need to hate the storm. You simply hold the course. And when you hold the course, something inevitable happens. Your purpose ceases to be an exhausting quest and becomes a path. A path that doesn't demand hardship, but it does demand honesty. A path that doesn't promise an absence of difficulty, but it does promise the presence of meaning. A path that, if you walk it with gentle constancy, leads you back to yourself. Chapter 3. The illusion of being busy. There's a kind of exhaustion that doesn't come from deep work, but from distraction. It's the weariness of doing many things and feeling, at the end of the day, that nothing important has been accomplished. This exhaustion has a particular feel. It's not just physical, it's mental. It's as if your attention has been racing all day without getting anywhere. If this happens to you, don't be cruel to yourself. Look at it honestly. You're facing a very common illusion, the illusion of being busy. Being busy feels like progress because it's dynamic. You answer messages, sort out details, check small tasks, switch tabs, organize things, catch up, run errands, reply quickly. There's activity, there's dopamine, there's a sense of control. And yet, what's essential gets postponed. The work that would give you a future is put on the back burner. The decision that would bring order to your life is left for when there's time. The peace you seek becomes more distant, not closer. This chapter exists so you can see the mechanism without guilt. Because guilt also scatters your energy. Guilt drains your energy and pushes you to compensate with more activity. That worsens the problem. Here, you're not going to punish yourself. You're going to understand. And when you understand, you can choose better. Marcus Aurelius wrote that the mind takes on the color of its thoughts. If your thoughts are continually fragmented, your life becomes tinged with fragmentation. You don't need to be a different person to change this. You need a different architecture. The illusion of being busy is, to a large extent, a poorly designed architecture of inputs. Too many stimuli competing for your attention, too many urgent matters without priority, too many commitments sustained by inertia. Epictetus would tell you that your freedom lies in your response. And your response here is a simple decision: to differentiate between activity and direction. Activity is everything that keeps you moving. Direction is what brings you closer to your true north. You can be very active and have no direction. You can have direction and do fewer things, but more important ones. The difference isn't moral, it's strategic. It's also helpful to look at it with the metaphor of hertz. When you jump from stimulus to stimulus, your mind operates at a high, unstable frequency. It changes, reacts, overheats, cools down, overheats again. This generates friction, and friction consumes energy. It's like an engine that makes noise but gets very far. On the other hand, when you choose an important task and stick with it, your frequency lowers, your coherence rises, and the system becomes more efficient. It doesn't feel as exciting, but it feels more real. That truth often brings calm. Being busy also has an emotional root. Often, being busy is a way to avoid the discomfort of what's essential. What's essential demands exposure. Writing, creating, selling, building, deciding, improving something that matters. This can trigger a fear of making mistakes or not being up to the task. The mind, trying to protect you, offers small tasks that make you feel useful without exposing you too much. It's not malicious. It's a protective mechanism. But if you leave it unchecked, it steals your life. From his perspective, Neville would tell you that your state creates your reality. If your dominant state is always putting out fires, your reality takes the form of a fire. If your dominant state is building calmly and continuously, your reality reorganizes itself with that same seriousness. Perpetual busyness isn't just a habit, it's a state. And if you want to change your experience, you need to change the state you maintain, not just your to-do list. Here's a helpful idea. Not everything urgent is important, and not everything important feels urgent. Urgent things tend to shout. Important things tend to whisper. Your purpose rarely shouts. Your purpose needs silence to speak. If you live surrounded by shouting, you don't hear it. Then you think you don't have it. In reality, you're stifling it. The illusion is reinforced by a chemical reward. Each small task completed gives you a micro reward. That micro reward teaches you to seek out more small tasks. It's a cycle. It feels productive. But if those tasks aren't connected to your true purpose, they become sand. A lot of sand doesn't become stone. A lot of sand just takes up space. Your life needs stone, evidence that accumulates. Seneca wrote that it's not that we have little time, but that we waste a lot of it. In this case, the loss isn't always due to not working. The loss is often due to working on the wrong things, or to fragmenting our energy into 1,000 small actions that don't build a significant result. It's like watering 100 plants with a single drop each. They all remain thirsty. If you watered one consistently, it would grow. That's focus. So, how do you break free from illusion without becoming rigid or cruel to yourself? With a kind yet firm principle. A principle you can repeat tirelessly. The principle is this: each day there must be evidence of your true direction. Not a wish. Evidence. Something that, if someone saw it, would allow them to say, "You've made progress." It doesn't have to be enormous. It has to be real. And it must happen before the noise overwhelms you. The cycle of being occupied is best broken when you change the order of the day. If you start with messages, you start reacting. If you start with your work, you start causing. That change is more powerful than any abstract advice. When you start being a cause, your mind feels more stable. When your mind feels stable, you are less distracted. When you are less distracted, you produce more. When you produce more, your confidence becomes internal. And when your confidence is internal, you are less dependent on the noise. In terms of gravity, this is simple. The first thing you do each morning usually becomes the center. If the first thing is noise, the noise gains mass. If the first thing is your work gains mass. From there, the rest of the day is arranged around it. Not perfectly, but better. And better, repeated, becomes change. Your work also relies on accessibility. If you're always available, people will use you as a resource. Not out of malice, but because it's convenient. And if you don't set boundaries, your schedule becomes alien to others. This doesn't mean becoming cold. It means becoming clear. There are empathetic ways to say no. There are respectful ways to establish response windows. The point is that your life needs hierarchy. Your north needs a fixed point. The illusion of being busy appears in your mind, not just on your calendar. You might be busy thinking, analyzing, planning, reviewing scenarios, imagining futures, comparing yourself to others, and preparing. Sometimes that's helpful, but if it becomes constant, it's another form of avoidance. Thinking without action is a maze. Thinking with concrete action is a map. You don't need to think less. You need to think with intention and then act. That's why it's helpful to introduce a small question that cuts through the labyrinth. When you find yourself jumping between tasks or thoughts, ask yourself, what is the most important thing I can do in this hour to move closer to my goal? Not this day, this hour. That narrowing down brings clarity back. It takes the pressure off everything. It puts you on a specific path. And when you have a path, it's easier to maintain focus. At this stage, it's also helpful to treat your attention like a budget. You don't spend all your money on small things if you want to build a large asset. In the same way, you don't spend all your attention on small things if you want to build a large purpose. The problem is that attention gets used up without you noticing. A minute here, a minute there. And in the end, there's nothing left. That's why you need a pay-first approach. A portion of your attention is invested first in your work before attending to anything else. That's a gentle yet powerful discipline. Neville would remind you that the assumed end is sustained by behavior. If you assume you are a focused person, you act like one. Not because you feel focused, but because you choose to behave in a way that is consistent with that end. That means, for example, that if your creative block is defined, you stick to it. If an impulse to review something arises, you breathe, let it go, and return to it. That small return to work is more spiritual than it seems, because it is an act of sovereignty. You are choosing your state over the stimulus. Now, to make this chapter applicable without it feeling like a list of instructions, I propose something very concrete for tomorrow. Define a single, minimal piece of evidence, something you can accomplish that aligns with your true purpose. Write it down in one line. Upon waking, before entering the world, dedicate a block of time to it. It can be short, but it must be real. In that block, minimize distractions. Phone away, tabs closed, simple environment, and when you finish, don't seek immediate reward in noise. Take a moment of silence and acknowledge that you did it. That calm is your reward. That calm is your internal signal that you are getting organized. You'll notice that when you do this, your busyness takes on a new meaning. You'll still be doing tasks, of course, because life requires logistics, but you no longer get lost in them. You do them as support, not as your identity. You stop feeling that being busy defines you. What defines you is your purpose and your actions. That difference is enormous. It makes you more serene. And paradoxically, it makes you more effective. The illusion of being busy isn't shattered by a grand, heroic act. It's shattered by a new routine of priorities. It's shattered when your day has a center of gravity. It's shattered when your small decisions are guided by a central axis. It's shattered when your attention ceases to be a public resource and becomes an investment. And the most beautiful thing about this change is that it doesn't require you to become harsh. It requires you to become clear. Clarity is a kind of self-love. Self-love not as talk, but as practice. Choosing what builds you up, repeating it, protecting it, and little by little, discovering that focus wasn't an endless battle. It was a matter of order. An order you can begin to create calmly today. Chapter 4. The Inner Anechoic Chamber. There is a kind of silence that isn't emptiness. It's relief. It's not disconnection. It's a return. It's the silence that allows you to hear yourself without the noise above, as if you could finally distinguish your own signal amidst so much interference. I call this practice the Inner Anechoic Chamber, not because you need a laboratory, but because your mind needs a place where the echo dies and the truth gently emerges. In an anechoic chamber, sound doesn't bounce back. There are no walls to reflect it amplified. In everyday life, however, your mind functions like a hall of mirrors. A worry enters and bounces off into 1,000 thoughts. Someone else's phrase repeats itself in your head. A notification leaves a residue. One comparison sparks another. You don't just feel an emotion, you feel the echo of that emotion. And that accumulated echo is what usually exhausts you. The first thing I want you to feel as you read this is tranquility. You are not alone, and there is nothing wrong with you for experiencing that echo. Your mind is doing what it has learned to do. The problem isn't that you're thinking. The problem is that you're getting caught in the echo. The inner anechoic chamber isn't trying to forcibly shut down your mind. It's trying to give you space for your mind to reorganize, for your judgment to become clearer, and for your attention to become truly yours again. Marcus Aurelius spoke of an inner refuge to which you can retreat at any moment. Sometimes this idea is interpreted as escapism, but it isn't. It's sovereignty. It's a way of remembering that your center doesn't depend on the noise of the world. Stoicism doesn't ask you to be insensitive. It teaches you to choose your response. And choosing your response requires a moment of silence, because reaction happens quickly, and choice requires a pause. Epictetus said that what disturbs you is not things themselves, but your judgment of them. The inner, anechoic chamber helps you see the judgment before you obey it. For example, you feel tension and your mind interprets, "This means I'm doing badly." You feel silence and your mind interprets, "This means I'm alone." You feel hesitation and your mind interprets, "This means it's not working." The chamber doesn't eliminate the tension, the silence, or the hesitation. It eliminates the automatic echo of interpretation. And when the echo disappears, what remains is manageable. Neville, using his own terminology, would tell you that your state of mind is everything. Your state of mind is the internal climate from which you act. If your state of mind is saturated with noise and echo, your decisions come out tense, urgent, and unstable. If your state of mind is cleared, your decisions come out clearer. The inner anechoic chamber is a method for entering the state you want to maintain. It's not about feeling good at all costs. It's about feeling coherent. Think in terms of frequency. On a typical day, your mind operates at a constant frequency of interruptions. Messages, notifications, sounds, distractions. This frequency, repeated, becomes the norm. And when interruption becomes the norm, silence feels strange. It's not that silence is bad. It's that your system has become unaccustomed to it. That's why, at first, when you try to be silent, you might feel uncomfortable. This discomfort is your nervous system readjusting. It's like a room where, when you turn down the music, you suddenly hear the hum of the air. The hum was always there. Now, you see it. The inner anechoic chamber is a small but sacred space, not for religious reasons, but for practical ones. It's a space where the mind learns to stay grounded, where you practice returning to your center, where your attention becomes a tool, not an accident. And most importantly, it's a space that doesn't demand perfection. It demands presence. Most people think that to be silent, it has to be perfect. Perfect posture, perfect breathing, a blank mind. That expectation is just another form of noise. Here, we're going to make it more human. Your time in front of your camera can be brief. It can be simple. It can be imperfect. What matters is that it's real. No external stimuli, no multitasking, no distractions. A moment where the world doesn't enter. A moment where your mind doesn't have to act. A moment where you decide what to do with your attention. At first, your mind will try to fill the silence with anything. It will remind you of pending tasks. It will offer you ideas. It will lead you into imaginary conversations. It will ask you to check just for a moment. Don't fight it violently. Just observe. Imagine that your mind is like a sky where clouds pass by. You are not the cloud. You are the sky. The clouds pass. Your job is not to run after them. This simple act of observing without running is more powerful than it seems. Because every time you don't chase after the impulse, your system learns a lesson. You can be with yourself without running away. That lesson gives you back freedom. And freedom is the ground where purpose takes root. Purpose doesn't grow in a mind that lives in flight. Purpose grows in a mind that can sustain presence. Seneca wrote that most people waste their lives on details. Not because details are bad, but because details devour the center when there is no hierarchy. The inner anechoic chamber creates hierarchy. It reminds you what is important. It allows you to see what is noise and what is signal. Not with theory, but with experience. When you sit in silence, you begin to notice which thoughts always return, which worries recur, which desires call to you, which things drain you. That observation is intelligence, and intelligence, applied calmly, is power. There's also something beautiful that happens over time. The inner anechoic chamber begins to change your relationship with the world. You stop responding immediately. You stop reacting reflexively. You begin to choose. You begin to feel that you have a small distance between stimulus and response. That distance is golden. It's where your power resides. Because without distance, there is no choice. There is only impulse. Neville taught you that you can choose a state of mind and inhabit it. Your camera is the place where you do that without theatrics. Instead of trying to convince yourself with words, you settle into a simple feeling. Calm, clarity, direction. Not a calm that denies problems, but a calm that allows you to see them without exaggerating them. Then, from that state, you decide what action to take. That action, taken from a place of clarity, is usually better than action taken from a place of noise. Now, there's a point I want you to empathize with. Silence can also reveal emotions you've been avoiding. It can show you sadness, unease, frustration, fear. Don't see it as a step backward. It's the echo receding. And with the echo receding, what was underneath emerges. That's progress. Because what emerges, you can hold on to. And what you can hold on to, you can transform. If you avoid it with noise, it stays in the shadows and controls you. The inner anechoic chamber is a gentle compromise. Instead of running from your emotions, you look at them with respect. You don't become a judge. You become an observer. And from that place, you can truly apply stoicism. You separate what depends on you from what doesn't. It's up to you to breathe and choose your next step. It's not up to you to control every reaction in the world. Seeing that, your mind relaxes. Not because everything is perfect, but because you're no longer trying to carry what isn't yours to bear. In business, this practice is surprisingly useful. It helps you see when you're acting out of anxiety. It helps you notice when you're seeking results as a form of validation. It helps you design your day with more intention. It helps you listen to your client more clearly because you're not filled with internal echo. And in practical spirituality, it helps you sustain a state without depending on external stimuli. In both cases, the result is the same: greater focus. To make sure this doesn't just stay as an idea, I want you to put it into practice simply. Tomorrow, when you have a moment to yourself, give yourself a short block of real silence. No screen, no music, no conversation. If you can, put your phone away. If you can't, at least turn it off. Sit down and breathe. Don't try to achieve anything, just observe. Then, in the midst of that silence, ask yourself a single question. What is the most important thing I can do today to nurture my purpose? And listen to the first clear answer, not the most anxious one. When the answer appears, don't rush to do 10 things. Choose one, the most direct, the closest. And before getting up, imagine the outcome for a few seconds. You calmly completing that action. Feel the relief of having accomplished it. Then get up and act. That sequence transforms silence into action, and action transforms purpose into reality. Over time, your inner anechoic chamber becomes portable. It doesn't depend on a room. It depends on a habit. A minute's pause before responding, before deciding, before entering the noise. That pause cuts through the echo. And when you cut through the echo, you can choose better. Choosing better gives you a more orderly life. A more orderly life gives you a more stable mind. A more stable mind gives you focus. And sustained focus gives you back the most valuable feeling. That of being in your life, not just around it. If silence is difficult for you today, don't see it as a failure. See it as a sign that your mind needs this space. You don't have to make it a burdensome obligation. You can start small, with gentle consistency. A minute repeated is worth more than an hour lost. Sovereignty is born in that repetition. And therein lies the heart of this chapter. Silence is not punishment. It is medicine. It is not absence. It is space. It is not isolation. It is direction. When you create an inner anechoic chamber, you are not withdrawing from the world. You are preparing to return to the world with a clearer signal. And when your signal is clear, your life falls into place more easily because you no longer live from the echo. You live from the center. And that center, in time, becomes your home. Chapter 5. The Creative Quarantine. There are times when your best decision isn't to do more, but to protect what you're building. Not out of fear of the world, but out of love for your work. I call that creative quarantine, a conscious period where you reduce input, conserve your energy, and allow your approach to mature without interference. It's not cold isolation. It's an act of respect for your process. At some point, almost everyone confuses openness with progress. They think being available is being professional. They think sharing every step is being transparent. They think having an opinion on everything is being present. And then they feel exhausted, confused, with a sense of always being on the move, but without a clear direction. Creative quarantine offers the opposite: less exposure, more continuity. Because continuity is the breeding ground for quality. Marcus Aurelius spoke of retreating into yourself as one returns to a fortress. People imagine a fortress as a place of confinement, but in reality, it is a place of order. A fortress doesn't exist for escape. It exists for sustenance, sustaining resources, sustaining direction, sustaining calm in the midst of the storm. Your creative quarantine is your temporary fortress. It is the place where you stop reacting and become the cause once again. Epictetus would remind you that you don't control other people's behavior, but you do control your response and your boundaries. That's liberating. You don't need to convince anyone that you need to concentrate. You don't need to justify your pace. You don't need to negotiate with every interruption. You just need to decide what comes in and what doesn't. Creative quarantine is about setting boundaries. Not everything has access to you, at least not in this phase. There's a very clear psychological reason why this works. When you go public too early, your mind rewards you for having said it, as if you've already achieved it. Talking about your plan, explaining it in detail, constantly asking for feedback, showing minimal progress, all of that can give you a sense of advancement, but it can also rob you of execution. It's like wasting fuel on smoke. On the other hand, when you keep part of the process quiet, that fuel transforms into evidence. And evidence does change your life. Neville would say it with a precision that would benefit you. The state you inhabit creates your world. If you inhabit a state of, I have to prove myself, you become dependent on the opinions of others. If you inhabit a state of, I build and then deliver, your energy becomes more stable. Creative quarantine helps you inhabit the right state, the state of someone who is creating something real, without the rush to be validated. Think in terms of frequency. When there are too many inputs, your signal becomes noisy. You change moods with every message, change direction with every suggestion, change focus with every new development. Your system becomes overloaded. Quarantine lowers the volume of the world to increase the coherence of your signal. And when your signal is coherent, your mind stops fighting so much. It aligns. It calms down. It becomes more efficient. It's also helpful to think of it in terms of gravity. Your work, at first, is small. It has little mass. If you expose it to strong winds, opinions, doubts, comparisons, other people's pressures, it can be deflected or broken. Not because it's bad, but because it's still fragile. Creative quarantine is like building a greenhouse, not to hide the plant, but to allow it to grow. When it grows and has roots, you can open the door and the wind won't uproot it anymore. It's important to understand this gently. Not everyone needs to understand what you're going through, and you're not obligated to explain it with long speeches. Sometimes a simple, kind phrase is enough. I'm focused on a project, or I'm in a period of concentration, or right now, I'm managing my time wisely. There's no need to sound stern. You need to sound clear. Clarity, when used well, is an act of care. You take care of yourself and you also take care of others because you leave less expectation. Seneca wrote, "The time slips through our fingers if we don't take care of it." In this creative quarantine, taking care of your time means taking care of your attention. And taking care of your attention means choosing your conversations, your content, and your commitments more wisely. This doesn't mean becoming distant or insensitive. It means becoming selective, which is another way of being responsible. Now, creative quarantine has a risk, becoming an excuse for inaction. Sometimes the mind says, "I'm going to isolate myself." But in reality, it hides, consumes, plans, perfects, and avoids the action that matters. You won't fall into that trap. Your quarantine isn't silence for daydreaming. It's silence for producing. It doesn't need to be extreme. It needs to be effective. To make it effective, you need to define a core. A core is the concrete thing you're building during this period. A product, a project, a channel, an offering, a creative work, an internal practice. And within your day, that core has a protected block. It doesn't have to be eternal, but it does need to be constant. That block is your laboratory. The world doesn't enter that block. Only your work does. Creative quarantine also involves changing the order of your rewards. Instead of giving yourself encouragement first and work later, you do the opposite. Evidence first, then noise. First the core, then the rest. This change seems small, but it transforms your identity. Because every morning you tell yourself, with actions, my goal comes first. And when your goal comes first, your mind organizes itself without needing to fight. Blaise Pascal said that many evils stem from not knowing how to be silent in a room. Creative quarantine teaches you precisely that, to be still, not as a punishment, but as a practice. To be still on a task, to be still on an idea, to be still in a direction. When you can be still, your mind begins to delve deeper, and depth is what sets you apart. On the surface, there are many. In the depths, there are few. There's another, more subtle benefit. Quarantine reduces comparison. Comparison thrives on constant exposure. When you're constantly observing what others are doing, your mind becomes filled with external standards, and your decisions become reactive. In quarantine, your standard becomes internal. Again, your own evidence, your consistency, your improvement. You're not competing against someone else's edited version. You're competing against your own inattention, and that competition is winnable. In the entrepreneurial world, creative quarantine also protects you from haste. Haste often leads you to launch something prematurely, negotiate poorly, lower prices out of anxiety, or change strategies due to impatience. Quarantine restores an essential virtue: active patience. Active patience isn't waiting. It's working quietly while the world is still unseen. It's building before seeking attention. It's improving before seeking applause. This patience makes you more resilient and, over time, more magnetic. Neville would speak of naturalness here. The assumed state becomes natural when you repeat it without interruption. If you inhabit the state of a stable creator every day, that state ceases to be effort and becomes identity. Creative quarantine accelerates this process because it reduces external friction. It gives you an environment where the new identity can take root. It's also important to be mindful of your inner dialogue during this time. If your mind says, "I'm missing out on things," gently remind it, "You're gaining structure." If your mind says, "I should be more present," remind it, "You are present with yourself." If your mind says, "I'm not making progress because no one sees it," remind it, "You're making progress because you are." This kind of self-talk isn't about being positive. It's about direction. It's about choosing an interpretation that empowers you. So, what does a real creative quarantine look like on a typical day? It looks simple. It looks like someone who responds in stages, not impulsively. It looks like someone who reduces consumption, not out of punishment, but for the sake of hygiene. It looks like someone who protects a creative block without guilt. It looks like someone who allows themselves silence without explanation. It looks like someone who takes care of the essentials and leaves the unnecessary for later. Creative quarantine is a way of living with a hierarchy. And yes, there will be times when you feel strange, when you feel like you're disappearing a little. That feeling is part of the readjustment. You're leaving behind an identity based on reaction and entering an identity based on work. At first, the work doesn't bring you immediate applause. It brings you calm. It brings you clarity. It brings you dignity. And that dignity, over time, translates into results. I want you to leave this chapter with a simple action for tomorrow. Define your core in one sentence, then choose a block to work on before exposing yourself to noise. And decide on a single input reduction, an app, a channel, a conversation, a consumption window that you're going to cut back on for this season. Don't turn it into a war. Do it like you're tidying a table, calmly, firmly, with care for your future. Creative quarantine doesn't confine you. It matures you. It strengthens you. It helps you grow roots. And when you have roots, your purpose ceases to be fragile. It becomes stable, like a tree that can withstand the wind without breaking. That's the point. To build something that endures. And for it to endure, you first nurture it silently. Then, when the time is right, you reveal it. And at that moment, you won't be asking for attention. You'll be offering value. And that is life-changing. Chapter 6. The emptiness that strengthens you. There's a word many people avoid because they confuse it with loss. Emptiness. But emptiness, properly understood, isn't the absence of life. It's space for life to take shape. It's the place where your mind is no longer overwhelmed by stimuli and begins to breathe. It's the ground where focus becomes possible without conflict. If you're searching for purpose, emptiness isn't your enemy. It's your silent ally. Most people try to build their future on top of an overloaded mind. They crave clarity, yet live surrounded by noise. They yearn for peace, yet thrive on interruptions. They crave direction, yet hold too many squishes at once. It's no surprise that exhaustion sets in. Overload not only drains you, it also confuses you. When everything occupies space in your mind, nothing stands out. And when nothing stands out, your direction becomes blurred. The emptiness that strengthens you is the act of freeing up space so that what is essential can reclaim its rightful place. Marcus Aurelius spoke of inner retreat as a practice of order, not to escape the world, but to return to it with better judgment. This order arises when there is enough space to think without haste, to feel without exaggeration, to decide without noise. If your mind is full of things, your judgment becomes reactive. You react to what shouts, you don't choose what matters. Emptiness gives you back choice. Epictetus would say that your freedom depends on distinguishing between what you control and what you don't. Emptiness helps because it reduces the amount of stimuli that cause you to confuse these two categories. If you're exposed all day to news, opinions, conversations, and urgent matters, your mind believes it must control everything. This creates tension. In emptiness, your mind remembers something liberating. You only need to control your attention and your actions. Everything else can exist without dragging you down. The emptiness that strengthens you isn't created by having time. It's created by choice. This is an important investment. If you wait for the day to calm down to find emptiness, you'll never find it. The day keeps repeating itself. There's always something. There's always a notification, a task, a conversation pending. Emptiness appears when you declare it. When you set a boundary and say, "The world doesn't enter here for a moment," not on a whim, for mental health and creative power. Think in terms of gravity. Your attention behaves like a field. What has mass attracts. In a saturated life, there are many small masses competing. Messages, to-dos, content, worries, comparisons. Each one pulls you a little. And even though each pull is small, the sum leaves you scattered. Emptiness reduces mass. It diminishes pulls. And when there are fewer pulls, your field becomes more stable. That stability is the foundation of focus. You can also think of it in hertz. In saturation, your mind vibrates rapidly. You jump from one thing to another, interrupting yourself, restarting. This creates friction. Friction consumes energy. In a vacuum, your mind lowers its frequency, becomes more coherent, recalibrates. Not because you don't think, but because you stop constantly restarting. And when you stop restarting, continuity emerges. Over time, continuity becomes a form of confidence. You trust yourself more because you see yourself holding a line. Neville would teach you that the state creates the world, but sustaining a state requires a vessel. Emptiness is that vessel. A full mind doesn't sustain a state. It jumps between states. One day you're inspired, the next you're anxious, then you're scattered, then you're rigid, then you're exhausted. That oscillation tires you. Emptiness helps you stabilize the state you choose. And when your state is stable, your actions are too. And when your actions are stable, your life begins to respond. It's important not to confuse emptiness with abandonment. It's not about getting rid of things for the sake of getting rid of them. It's about removing what doesn't contribute to making room for what does. That requires honesty. Sometimes you maintain certain activities because they give you a sense of belonging. Sometimes you maintain certain commitments because you're afraid of disappointing others. Sometimes you consume certain content because it distracts you from what you're afraid to face. This isn't about judging yourself. It's about understanding yourself. When you understand, you can choose with more tenderness and firmness. Seneca wrote that it's not that we have little time, but that we waste a lot of it. In saturation, you don't just lose time, you lose presence. You're physically in one place, but mentally somewhere else. You're with someone, but your mind is on the next thing. You're at your job, but your mind is on notifications. This lack of presence is painful because it leaves you with the feeling of only half living. Emptiness brings you back to presence, and presence brings you back to life. Now, emptiness can be frightening at first because in the emptiness, you listen to yourself. Thoughts you previously buried under noise surface. Emotions you had postponed appear. The feeling of, "I should be doing something," arises. All of that is normal. It's not a sign that emptiness is bad. It's a sign that you needed it. The noise was a blanket covering your experience. By removing it, you see the true atmosphere. And seeing the true atmosphere is the first step to changing it. Blaise Pascal said that part of human suffering comes from not being able to stay still in a room. The emptiness that strengthens you is learning to be still, not as punishment, but as training. When you are still, your nervous system learns that it doesn't need constant stimulation to feel safe. That lesson makes you less dependent. And the less dependent you are, the freer you are to choose. That freedom, in business and in your inner life, is a superpower. It's also helpful to remember that emptiness isn't permanent. It's a tool. You create emptiness to build something. Focus, clarity, state of mind, work. Then you return to the world from that center. Life needs exchange. But exchange is healthy when you have a core. If you don't have a core, exchange becomes an invasion. Emptiness helps you maintain that core. In an entrepreneurial life, emptiness has an added benefit. It improves your decision-making. Overwhelm pushes you toward impulsive decisions, responding quickly, accepting things under pressure, changing strategies due to anxiety. In emptiness, you regain perspective. You can see what's truly important. You can separate urgency from value. You can choose calmly. And choosing calmly isn't slowness. It's precision. Precision saves you from costly mistakes. Neville spoke of the naturalness of the state. You persist until it becomes natural. Emptiness accelerates this naturalness because it reduces interference. If you're trying to sustain a state of focus, but you expose yourself to stimuli every minute, your state never becomes natural. It becomes fragile. In contrast, if you introduce emptiness every day, your mind learns that focus is a place it can return to. With repetition, focus ceases to feel like effort and becomes home. Now, an honest question: how do you create emptiness in a real day? Not with an extreme change you won't sustain, but with a small, repeatable decision. For example, you can choose a period of the day where you consume nothing. No content, no social media, no news. Just silence and a clear task. Or you can choose a period where you don't talk, don't give your opinion, don't respond, and simply work or truly rest. Or you can choose a morning where your first hour belongs not to the world, but to your inner north. That in itself is emptiness. Empty of interference, full of direction. A very simple practice is empty before voice. Before speaking to the world, you remain silent for a minute. You breathe. You ask yourself a question. What matters today? Then you act. That minute seems small, but it changes the way you live, because it reminds you that you can choose. That minute creates a gap in the automatic stimulus response chain. And in that gap, your sovereignty emerges. Another useful practice is empty space after noise. If you've had an intense meeting, a long conversation, or been exposed to a lot of stimuli, give yourself a few minutes of silence before continuing. Not to waste time, but to recalibrate so the echo doesn't linger. This inner anechoic chamber becomes part of your emotional logistics, and that prevents you from carrying the noise from one thing to the next. Sometimes what exhausts you isn't the work itself, but the transfer of that noise. You can also use emptiness as a filter for commitments. If your calendar is full, your life has no room for what's important. You don't need to eliminate everything, but you do need to make space for your work and your center. Emptiness becomes an ethical choice you make with yourself. You reserve a place for yourself. You prove to yourself that your true calling matters. And when you prove that to yourself, your mind believes in you more. Your mind trusts. And a mind that trusts collaborates instead of sabotaging. I want this chapter to leave you with something practical for tomorrow. Choose a single void. A small, clear, repeatable void. It could be a brief screen-free Block upon waking. It could be a consumption-free stretch before your deep work. It could be a walk without your phone. It doesn't matter which one. What matters is that you hold onto it. In that void, observe your mind with kindness. If anxiety arises, breathe. If an impulse arises, don't judge it. Just don't follow it. Return to your center. Over time, that emptiness strengthens you, just as gentle, consistent training does. You begin to notice that the noise weighs less on you, that your decisions become clearer, that your state fluctuates less with external stimuli, that your focus feels more stable. And that stability brings a beautiful consequence. Your purpose becomes easier to hear. Not because it becomes louder, but because you become quieter inside. The emptiness that strengthens you is not a sad renunciation. It is a joyful choice of space. Space for your mind, space for your work, space for your life. And when there is space, what is essential can grow. That is the true promise of emptiness. It takes nothing valuable from you. It gives back what was yours from the beginning. Your attention, your calm, your direction. Chapter 7. Cleansing with firm compassion. There's a kind of order that doesn't stem from rigidity, but from care. An order that doesn't make you feel punished, but protected. I call it cleansing with firm compassion. It's compassionate because it doesn't treat you like an enemy. It's firm because it doesn't negotiate with what drains you. This cleansing isn't about making you perfect. It's about making your life lighter, your mind clearer, and your focus more stable. And when your focus stabilizes, your purpose stops feeling like a distant idea and starts feeling like a possible direction. Often, you don't lose focus due to a lack of ability. You lose it due to overload. An overload of stimuli, commitments, conversations, mental to-dos, habits that seem small but accumulate. You become so accustomed to this burden that you mistake it for normal. Then you live tired and believe that this tiredness is life. It doesn't have to be. You can live with more inner space. You can choose an environment that supports you better. You can let go of things that no longer serve you. And you don't have to do it from a place of guilt. You can do it with dignity. Marcus Aurelius spoke of the importance of leading the mind with serenity. This serenity is not passivity. It is clarity. And clarity becomes more accessible when your environment and your schedule are not cluttered. In an overloaded mind, everything feels urgent. In a clearer mind, what is important regains its priority. Epictetus would remind you that your freedom lies in your choices. Cleansing with firm compassion is a choice. It means I'm going to stop holding on to what drains me, not to punish myself, but to care for myself. There's a huge difference. Punishing yourself leaves you tense. Caring for yourself leaves you strong. And gentle strength is one of the most valuable things you can cultivate, especially if you're an entrepreneur or a spiritual seeker, because your path demands consistency. And consistency is best sustained when your life isn't filled with unnecessary friction. Think in terms of gravity. Everything you let go of in your life has mass. That mass attracts your attention. Some mass helps you. Habits that center you, conversations that uplift you, routines that bring order. Other mass drags you down. Stimuli that fragment you. Commitments that leave you empty. Habits that steal your energy without giving anything back. Decluttering is about decreasing the mass of what drags you down and increasing the mass of what lifts you up. It's not moralizing, it's engineering. Think in terms of hertz, too. There are habits that leave you vibrating with restlessness. You check something, switch tabs, go back, switch again, and your body remains on high alert. That alertness becomes your new normal. In contrast, when you reduce stimuli, your frequency stabilizes. It's not about living in absolute silence. It's about living with enough coherence for your mind to delve deeper. Cleansing is the step that lowers the interference. Neville taught you that your state creates your reality. If your state is constantly polluted by noise, your reality becomes unstable. Compassionate cleansing is about protecting your state. Not through internal conflict, but through external choices that facilitate the state you want to sustain. If you want a state of focus, you need an environment that doesn't hijack you. If you want a state of steady calm, you need habits that don't constantly trigger your thoughts. Your state isn't sustained by intention alone. It's sustained by structure. The word ruthless might sound harsh, so here we transform it into firm compassion. Firmness is necessary, but you don't have to become cruel to be firm. You can be firm without humiliating yourself. You can cut ties without insulting yourself. You can set boundaries without anger. You can choose without resentment. That is maturity. Now, real cleansing doesn't begin with a huge list of changes. It begins with honest observation. What drains you? What leaves you more anxious? What steals hours from you without giving you any evidence? What conversation leaves you with a tight feeling in your chest? What habit makes you feel busy but doesn't move you any closer to your true purpose? You don't need to answer everything today, but you do need to start seeing. Because what you don't see controls you. What you do see, you can choose. Seneca said that life slips away amidst occupations we didn't choose. Cleaning is about reclaiming choice. It's about saying, this comes in, this doesn't. This stays, this goes. Not as a dramatic act, but as maintenance. Just as you clean a room to make it habitable, you clean your life to make it livable. And the most interesting thing, when you clean, anxiety decreases without you having to directly work on it. Because much of your anxiety stemmed from overwhelm. There's one thing that often hinders this cleansing: the guilt of letting go. Letting go of a habit, letting go of a commitment, letting go of a consumption channel, letting go of a social dynamic. Guilt tells you that you should be able to handle everything, that it's not that big of a deal, that don't exaggerate. But guilt is not a good advisor. Guilt is a learned reaction. If you're guided by guilt, you live to uphold other people's expectations. Cleansing with firm compassion is guided by judgment. Does this support my goal or sabotage it? If it sabotages it, you adjust. Adjusting isn't always about cutting things off completely. Sometimes it's about limiting them. Sometimes it's about setting a window. Sometimes it's about changing the order. For example, if a digital habit is hijacking your day, you can move it to the end, not the beginning. If a conversation is draining you, you can respectfully shorten it. If an app is stealing your attention, you can turn off notifications. Cleaning up doesn't have to be extreme to be effective. It has to be consistent. Blaise Pascal said that some suffering comes from not knowing how to be still. Often, what keeps you dirty inside is your inability to tolerate the emptiness left behind when you remove the noise. You remove a distraction and discomfort arises, and then you fill it up again. Cleansing with firm compassion involves a skill, holding the new space without rushing to contaminate it. That new space is an opportunity. It's where what truly matters takes root. In practical terms, you can think of two types of cleansing: intake cleansing and commitment cleansing. Input cleansing is what you consume: content, news, social media, conversations, stimuli. Commitment cleansing is what you sustain: meetings, favors, obligations, side projects, small tasks that don't contribute. Both types of cleansing support each other. If you consume less noise, you commit more clearly. If you commit better, you consume less out of anxiety. It's a virtuous cycle. Steadfast compassion allows you to do this without falling into perfectionism. Perfectionism would tell you, either you do it perfectly or it's useless. That idea is a trap. Life is ordered by accumulation, not by perfection. What matters is that each week there is less clutter and more evidence. That each day there's a small act of care and a small act of firmness. Neville would talk about persistence. Cleaning is also persistence. Because the world always offers more noise. There's always more content. There are always more urgencies. If you clean once and then open the door again, you'll be overwhelmed again. Compassionate cleaning isn't a one-time event. It's a standard. And a standard becomes easier when it's simple. Each day, you remove one small thing that doesn't contribute and strengthen one small thing that does. There's a helpful and very human exercise you can do without overcomplicating things. Tonight, choose just one thing to clear tomorrow. Just one. It could be a notification you're going to turn off, a content channel you're going to stop following for a while, a habit of checking your phone when you wake up that you're going to replace with brief silence, a meeting you're going to shorten. Don't choose 10, choose 1. And tomorrow, when you do it, don't aim to feel perfect. Aim to feel clearer. Then observe what happens. Sometimes, after cleaning, a feeling of emptiness arises. Breathe. Don't fill it immediately. Ask yourself, what could go in here that will bring me closer to my true north? Perhaps a written page, perhaps a block of deep work, perhaps a walk without distractions, perhaps a book that strengthens you. That replacement is important. Not compulsive replacement, conscious replacement. Because cleaning is more stable when there is something healthy occupying the space. In business, this becomes very concrete. If you eliminate interruptions, you improve your ability to execute. If you eliminate unnecessary commitments, you free up energy to improve your product. If you eliminate excessive consumption, your message becomes more original, less tainted by trends. That sets you apart. Internally, if you eliminate noise, your state becomes more stable. And if your state is stable, your assumptions are stronger. Neville becomes practical. His imagination no longer wanders in doubt, but focuses on an end goal. I want you to feel something important here. Cleaning doesn't make you less free. It makes you more free. Because everything that hijacks you reduces your real options. It leaves you with less energy, less focus, less patience. Instead, when you reduce noise, you increase your capacity to choose. And the capacity to choose is at the heart of stoicism and purpose. Firm, compassionate cleaning also changes your relationship with yourself. You stop seeing yourself as someone who can't and start seeing yourself as someone who takes care of themselves. That change is enormous. Because when you take care of yourself, you become more reliable to yourself. And when you become reliable, your mind stops sabotaging you. It starts to collaborate. Your anxiety decreases. Your focus increases. Your life becomes more organized with less conflict. I'll end this chapter with a simple idea to help you internalize it naturally. Every bit of noise you remove is a gift of space. And every new space is an opportunity to build evidence. You don't need a dramatic transformation. You need a slightly cleaner life each week. Lighter on the inside, clearer on the outside, more coherent at its core. Today, choose one thing to let go of with gentle love. Not as punishment, but as care. And when you do, give yourself a moment to feel that lightness. That lightness is your mind remembering a truth. You can live with less noise and more direction. And when you live with more direction, purpose becomes closer, kinder, and more real. Chapter 8. Drought as a Teacher. There's a stage that often comes when you're truly changing. The enthusiasm wanes, the euphoria subsides, the novelty becomes the norm. And for a moment, everything seems to have become drier. This stage can frighten you if you misinterpret it, but it's actually one of the most valuable teachers. The drought. It's not there to tell you that you failed. It's there to teach you how to sustain yourself without relying on external stimuli. Drought as a teacher has a silent language. It doesn't shout, it doesn't make a scene. It reveals your relationship with effort, with patience, with perseverance. It shows you whether your focus was driven by emotion or by choice. And most importantly, it shows you that you can keep moving forward even when you don't feel inspired. This, though it may seem simple, is one of the rarest and most valuable skills there is. It's normal for your mind, during a dry spell, to try to find a quick fix. Change your approach, start a new project, consume more information, seek motivation in videos, compare results, check for signs. Your mind doesn't do this out of malice. It does it because it's used to receiving quick rewards. It's like a nervous system that learned to move when there's applause. When the applause stops, it freezes. The dry spell invites you to retrain that system, to move by direction, not by immediate gratification. Marcus Aurelius wrote that life is sustained by doing what is right, calmly, without drama. That kind of calm is not indifference. It is a form of strength. In times of drought, that strength becomes practical. You do the right thing even when the day doesn't feel bright. You stay true to your purpose even when your mind is sluggish. You complete your tasks even when there are no emotional sparks. And in doing so, you build something more important than enthusiasm: inner confidence. Epictetus would remind you that you can't control whether the day brings energy, but you can control your response. You choose whether tiredness becomes an excuse or a sign to adjust and sustain. The drought isn't asking you to destroy yourself. It's asking you to get organized. It's asking you to reduce friction. It's asking you to simplify. It's asking you to return to the essentials. Think in terms of emotional thermodynamics. When you're inspired, your mind is hot, with plenty of available energy. In that phase, even an imperfect system can produce. But when the energy drops, any leaks become noticeable. Too many interruptions break you down. Too many inputs overwhelm you. Too many commitments melt you down. The drought reveals your leaks, not to humiliate you, but so you can repair them. It's like a quality control test of the system. In terms of frequency, drought is also an opportunity. When the excitement subsides, the signal can become more coherent. Euphoria is often high amplitude and low stability. It gives you momentum, but it also scatters you. In a drought, if you maintain a simple routine, your signal stabilizes. And stability is what creates real focus. It's like going from a flashing light to a laser. Less spectacle, more power. Neville taught you how to inhabit the accepted end. Drought is where that becomes real, because it's easy to believe when everything is going well, when you feel strong, when the world responds to you. It's harder to sustain that state when there's no immediate confirmation. But that's where the practical magic happens. The state ceases to be a visit and becomes a residence. You persist in the feeling of the fulfilled desire, not as an escape, but as a guide. And that persistence trains your mind not to depend on appearances. Seneca wrote that we suffer more in our imagination than in reality. In a drought, your imagination can become dramatic. This isn't working. I'm falling behind. Something should be happening by now. these phrases aren't truths. They're interpretations born of exhaustion. A drought teaches you to treat these interpretations like clouds, not commands. You see them, you acknowledge them, and you return to what you can control: your own strength, your self-care, your minimal action. And here's a very helpful point. In times of drought, the bare minimum is worth a great deal. You don't need to break it every single day. You need to keep the thread going. That thread, over time, becomes rope. The rope becomes cable. The cable becomes a net. And the net supports your purpose. If you try to do everything perfectly in times of drought, you'll burn out and give up. If you do the bare minimum, you'll stay afloat and keep moving forward. That's maturity. Drought also helps you distinguish between two types of motivation. External motivation, which depends on stimuli, is fragile. Internal motivation, which depends on identity, is stable. In a drought, external motivation disappears. Perfect. You're left with internal motivation, or you build it. How do you build it? With evidence. Every time you keep your word on a dry day, your mind learns, I am someone who perseveres. And that identity becomes fuel. Not explosive fuel, but constant. And consistency is what wins. Blaise Pascal spoke of the difficulty of stillness. In times of drought, it's wise to use silence as an ally. If you feel drained of energy, don't fill the void with noise. Noise drains even more energy. Instead, take a moment of inner silence. Breathe. Return to your center. Ask yourself, what is essential today? Often, when you're feeling drained, what's essential becomes clearer because there are no extra emotions to distract you. In that sense, drought cleanses. In business, this stage is crucial because the market doesn't reward you for feeling inspired. It rewards you for delivering. The most successful entrepreneurs aren't the most enthusiastic. They're the most consistent. The dry spell trains you to deliver without relying on a perfect state. And that changes your relationship with work. You stop waiting for inspiration and start building habit. Habit is an asset. It pays you off even when you're not in the mood. On your inner journey, drought also trains you for something essential: humility. Humility not as low self-esteem, but as acceptance that the process has seasons. There are seasons of visible growth and seasons of root development. There are seasons of expansion and seasons of consolidation. Drought is often consolidation. It's when your system integrates what you've learned. It's when your mind becomes less theatrical. It's when your discipline becomes more authentic. If you despair and try to change everything during that season, you interrupt the consolidation. Now, to make this chapter truly useful, I want you to adopt a simple rule for slow days. Lower the goal. Don't lower the effort. In other words, instead of demanding enormous results, demand consistency. Tell yourself, today I'll do the bare minimum. Today I'll sit down. Today I'll make some progress. Today I'll produce a small amount of evidence. And then get a good night's sleep. This rule protects you from two dangers: perfectionism and giving up. It's also helpful to adjust your environment during a dry spell. A dry spell is a good time to simplify. Fewer open tasks, less multitasking, less consumption, fewer small decisions. Because when energy is low, small decisions drain you. If you can, decide simple things in advance. What you're going to do first, what you're going to eat, when you're going to rest, what level of noise you're going to allow. That's not rigidity, it's care. And care sustains you. Neville would remind you that the state is sustained by repetition. On a dry day, gently repeat your state. Not forcefully, but consistently. For example, before starting your boulder problem, take a moment and recall the completed climb. You moving forward calmly, you finishing, you holding on. Feel that calm, then act. This gesture, repeated, trains your mind to associate effort with an internal reward, dignity. And dignity is a much more stable reward than euphoria. There's something else a drought teaches you: patience with your own pace. Sometimes you demand results as if your life were a sprint, but purpose is usually built in a marathon. A drought forces you to step out of the rhythm of haste because haste breaks you. And when you step out, you discover something beautiful. Your mind can work better when it's not rushed. Focus grows when there's less anxiety about getting there now. Seneca said that serenity is found when your mind is in order. Drought, if you navigate it well, brings you greater order because it forces you to eliminate the unnecessary. It forces you to choose what is essential. It forces you to maintain a single course. That course, over time, becomes your identity. And when your identity is stable, your life begins to flow more easily. I want you to take away one final idea so that this chapter effortlessly becomes a part of you. Drought isn't a sign that you're failing. It's a sign that you're maturing. It's the moment when your focus stops depending on emotion and starts depending on choice. It's the moment when your purpose stops being a beautiful fantasy and becomes an achievable habit. Tomorrow, if you feel drained, don't use it as an excuse to disappear. Use it as an invitation to simplify and sustain. Do the bare minimum. Protect it with silence. Complete it calmly. Then rest with respect. That combination, repeated, builds something worth more than motivation. A kind and steadfast character. And that character is the foundation upon which purpose is crowned, without haste and without drama. I'd like to take this opportunity to tell you that if what you see here resonates with you, you'll find much more material to continue learning in the first link in the description. Chapter 9, The Desert Test with Hope. There's a stretch of the path where the world seems to stand still. You do the right thing, you move forward, you sustain your practice, and yet you don't see any great external signs. There's no wave of results, no immediate confirmation, no applause. Just a simple, repetitive, almost silent landscape. I call that stretch the desert trial. And I want you to know this from the start. It's not here to punish you. It's here to strengthen your hope. Not naive hope, but mature hope built on perseverance. The desert, in life, is that period where your new identity is still being born, and your external reality hasn't yet been reorganized. It's like planting seeds and looking at the ground. It looks the same, but something real is happening underneath. If you interpret that appearance as failure, you stop. If you interpret that appearance as a process, you continue. And the difference between stopping and continuing often defines years of your life. Marcus Aurelius wrote about facing whatever lies before you with dignity, without exaggerating the drama. That dignity doesn't depend on immediate results. It depends on your conduct. The desert teaches you to focus on what you do control. Your attention, your choices, your actions. That's applied stoicism. It's not about denying difficulty. It's about not making it your identity. Epictetus would remind you that what disturbs you is not the lack of signs, but the story you tell yourself about the lack of signs. The story is usually, if there's no response, it's useless. But that judgment is hasty. Human reality and the market have inertia. People take time to change habits. Processes take time to mature. Skills take time to solidify. The desert test exists to help you stay the course while that time does its work. Neville, in his own way, would say that the state comes first. In the desert, the world presents you with an appearance that seems to contradict your desire. That's where the assumption becomes real. You choose the state of being that is already on its way. and you calmly hold on to it. You don't pretend. You don't deceive yourself. You simply decide not to surrender your command to the momentary appearance. Mature hope is exactly that, holding the right state without demanding an immediate spectacle. Think of gravity. Your repeated focus creates mass. But at first, that mass is small, and gravity feels subtle. It doesn't attract big changes yet. If you give up, the mass doesn't grow. If you continue, the mass accumulates, and gravity becomes more visible. The desert is the stretch where you're accumulating mass without much external evidence. That's why it feels like proof, because the mind wants to see to believe. And you're learning to believe in order to sustain and then see. Also, think in terms of hertz. When you're in the desert, the urge to seek stimulation increases. Your mind wants to feel something, to confirm it's alive. It wants to switch projects, consume more content, review results, compare. That's an attempt to artificially raise your frequency. But that increase usually comes with instability. The desert teaches you to maintain a more stable, more grounded, more coherent frequency. That coherence is a huge advantage, because when your mind gets used to operating with stability, your execution improves and your anxiety decreases. Mature hope is not just optimism. It's a form of fidelity. Fidelity to your guiding principle, fidelity to your practice, fidelity to your daily experience. This fidelity isn't based on a perfect day. It's based on a human approach, doing what's essential even when everything else seems to stand still. It's a hope that is trained like a muscle. Seneca said that it's not that we have little time, but that we waste it. In the desert, it's easy to lose it in two traps. The first is distraction due to impatience. The second is giving up due to discouragement. Distraction makes you feel on the move, but it empties you. Giving up gives you momentary relief, but leaves you with the same old life. Mature hope avoids both traps with a simple decision: to hold on to the bare minimum of consistency. Here's something I want you to feel as a relief. In the desert, you don't need to do more. You need to hold on. Hold your block. Hold your inner anechoic chamber. Hold your cleansing with unwavering compassion. Hold your creative quarantine in the essential. Hold your north. When you hold on, the desert ceases to be a threat and becomes training. It's normal for thoughts like, "I'm not making progress," "this is taking too long," or "maybe it's not for me," to arise during this stage. Don't panic. These thoughts are common, and you don't have to argue with them vehemently. Simply recognize them as temporary interpretations. Your mind is measuring a profound process with a short-term perspective. It's like judging a building by its paint job when only the foundation is there. The desert asks for patience with this invisible phase. Blaise Pascal spoke of the difficulty of stillness. In the desert, your training is precisely that: stillness without surrendering. Not stillness in inaction, but stillness from the noise. Stillness in your course. Stillness in your decision. Stillness in your practice. Because noise, when it appears in the desert, is usually despair in disguise. I need to change something. I need to move. I need something else. Sometimes adjustments are necessary, but most of the time, what you need is to hold the same position a little longer. In business, the desert is clearly visible. You launch something and sales are slow. You refine a message and the response is slow. You build content and the audience is slow to engage. It's normal. The market has latency. People need repetition to trust. They need exposure to understand. They need time to decide. If you give up before that latency period, you'll never see results. If you persevere, your consistency becomes a sign of reliability. and reliability over time sells better than charisma. In your inner life, the desert appears as emotional silence. You don't experience great experiences. You don't experience great revelations. You simply feel a sober path. And that sober path is valuable because it's the path where your state becomes natural. Neville would say that you persist until what you've assumed becomes natural. The desert is naturalness, and naturalness is power because it no longer depends on emotion. It depends on identity. There's a small gesture that changes the desert experience, transforming the question. Instead of asking yourself, why isn't anything happening? You ask yourself, what is being strengthened within me as I hold on to this? This question shifts the focus from appearances to inner strength. And inner strength is what sooner or later changes the external world. Mature hope doesn't deny the external. It relies on the internal while the external world reorganizes itself. It's also helpful to remember that the desert reduces distractions. In the desert, everything is simplified. That simplification can be a blessing if you accept it. Less noise means more opportunity to delve deeper. Less stimulation means more chance to solidify habits. Fewer cues mean more chance to build sovereignty. If you look at the desert this way, it stops feeling like lack and starts feeling like space. Now, to make this chapter more practical for you, I want to suggest a simple way to cross the desert with hope. Each day, define a minimal piece of evidence of your direction. Something small but real. And commit to it even if the day feels uneventful. Then, when you finish, write down in one line what you did, not how you felt. That record gives you concrete proof that you're making progress. The mind is calmed by evidence. Evidence is an antidote to doubt. In addition, it's a good idea to introduce a brief ritual of hope without turning it into a spectacle. Before starting your block, take a breath and remind yourself of something simple. This is growing, even if it's not yet visible. Not as a self-deceptive phrase, but as a reminder of how reality works. What is new takes time to become visible. Feel that idea as a source of calm and begin. That gesture stabilizes your state. If the desert ever becomes too much, don't demand inner heroes of yourself. Do the bare minimum and then rest with respect. Rest in the desert is part of the training. It's not about pushing yourself to the breaking point. It's about maintaining a pace you can repeat. Mature hope looks like that, a gentle, steady rhythm. The desert trial also leaves you with a gift. It shows you that your life doesn't depend on applause. It shows you that you can walk without immediate validation. It shows you that your focus can exist by choice. That gift is freedom. And freedom is a solid foundation for purpose. Because true purpose isn't sustained by a dependent mind. It's sustained by a sovereign mind. In the end, the desert doesn't last forever. But it doesn't end when you demand it. It ends when you've learned what it came to teach you. It ends when your perseverance becomes second nature. It ends when your mind stops demanding proof at every turn. It ends when your new identity has enough substance to sustain its own gravity. And when that happens, external change often arrives with a calm feeling. One day, you realize you're more stable, clearer, more effective. There was no thunderclap. There was accumulated coherence. That's the hope I want you to take with you. Not a hope that depends on the weather, but a hope born from your ability to persevere. If you're in the desert today, you're not lost. You're training. You're building strength. You're putting down roots. And if you persevere, calmly and steadily, you'll discover something that transforms your life. Your purpose doesn't feel like an endless quest. It feels like a path, That, step by step, becomes inevitable. Chapter 10. The Serene Creator. There's a way of creating that doesn't stem from urgency, but from calm. It's not passive calm. It's calm with purpose. It's the calm of someone who knows that what's important is built continuously, not hastily. I call this the Serene Creator. Not because you're perfect, but because you learn to produce without depending on the noise, without depending on applause, and without depending on that emotional state that sometimes appears and sometimes doesn't. The Serene Creator isn't someone who never gets distracted. They're someone who returns again and again with unwavering kindness. For a long time, you may have confused productivity with acceleration. You became accustomed to measuring your worth by how many things you accomplish in a day, by how much response you generate, by how much activity you sustain. But creating something meaningful isn't like constantly rushing. It's like staying put, staying with an idea long enough to understand it, staying with a task long enough to finish it, staying with a vision long enough for your life to revolve around it. That staying put is operational serenity. Marcus Aurelius spoke of acting with serenity and purpose, doing what needs to be done without exaggeration. This serenity doesn't depend on the environment. It depends on your ability to order your mind. The Serene Creator is trained precisely there, in doing what is essential without drama. Not because you don't feel things, but because they don't control you. You can feel tired and still accomplish a small part. You can feel uncertain and still move forward with clarity. You can feel noise outside and still protect your inner sanctuary. Epictetus would tell you that your power lies in your response. And your response, as a serene creator, is simple. You choose. You choose a priority. You choose a block. You choose a rhythm. You choose a boundary. Most people burn out because they live without real choice. They react to every stimulus, jump from task to task, get interrupted, restart. That constant restarting consumes energy and, over time, becomes frustration. The Serene Creator reduces restarts, reduces friction, and by reducing friction, they improve their quality of life and the quality of their work. Neville, through the law of assumption, taught that the inner state is the cause. The Serene Creator chooses a state before acting, not a state of euphoria, but a state of focused calm. In terms of frequency, it's lowering the anxious vibration to enter a more coherent signal. And when the signal is coherent, the action becomes cleaner. You make fewer mistakes due to haste. You correct with less drama. You end up with greater consistency. Think about gravity. Urgency creates an unstable field. Today you do a lot, tomorrow you burn out. Today you promise, tomorrow you doubt. Today you rush, tomorrow you scatter. Serenity creates a stable field. It doesn't depend so much on mood. When your field is stable, your life falls into place more easily. Your schedule becomes clearer. Your energy is better managed. Your work grows with less strain. The focus of your approach increases, and reality begins to respond with greater coherence. Being a serene creator also involves redefining your relationship with time. Time, when viewed with anxiety, becomes an enemy. It's always lacking. It's always slipping away. It's always pressuring you. On the other hand, when you choose a rhythm and maintain it, time becomes an ally. Because every day, however small the progress, adds up. Serenity doesn't seek instant results. It seeks accumulation. And accumulation is the true practical magic. Seneca said that life slips away in distractions. The serene creator doesn't become anti-life. They simply choose more intentionally which distractions they accept. It's not about eliminating rest. It's about truly resting. It's not about eliminating social interaction. It's about choosing social interaction that nourishes. It's not about eliminating curiosity. It's about harnessing curiosity to serve your purpose. The serene creator enjoys life, but doesn't lose themselves in it. There's a very important emotional aspect here. Serenity allows you to create without each piece of your work becoming a judgment on you. When you're anxious, a mistake feels like a verdict. I'm no good. When you're serene, a mistake is information. I'll adjust. That shift in interpretation saves you, because the people who don't progress aren't the ones who fail. They're the ones who identify with the failure. The serene creator fails, corrects, and moves on. In marketing and business, this serenity is noticeable. An anxious brand or entrepreneur communicates neediness. Neediness is felt in the rush, the tone, the exaggeration, the fear of missing opportunities. A serene entrepreneur communicates stability, and stability generates trust. Trust, over time, generates healthier sales, clearer decisions, and stronger relationships. Serenity doesn't make you slow, it makes you precise. And precision is usually more profitable than impulsive speed. The serene creator also protects their mind from comparison. Comparison is a form of noise that pulls you out of your current state. It forces you to live by observing someone else's perspective. In that external setting, you only see an edited version of the process. You don't see the repetition, the doubt, the adjustments, the silence. You only see the result. Then your own pace feels insufficient. And feeling insufficient, you rush or give up. Serenity brings you back to your path. It tells you, today I take my step. I don't need to chase after anyone to move forward. Blaise Pascal spoke of the difficulty of remaining silent. The serene creator learns to use silence as a creative tool. In silence, your mind delves deeper. In silence, your strategic intuition improves. In silence, ideas become organized. If you are constantly stimulated, your ideas become jumbled and frothy. The serene creator allows for pauses, not as empty leisure, but as mental digestion. Mental digestion is where creativity becomes useful. So, how do you train this way of creating? With a simple principle, one thing at a time, not as a rigid dogma, but as medicine. If you're scattered, one thing at a time heals you. You choose a main task, break it down into a clear step, and sit back. When the urge to change arises, you observe it, breathe, and return. That return is serenity in action. You don't need to feel calm to return. You return, and in returning, you find serenity. You should also cultivate a kind of practical patience. Patience with quality. Quality doesn't come from a single attempt. It comes from iteration. Iterating means repeating, revising, improving. The anxious mind wants to finish quickly to feel good. The serene creator finishes with dignity and improves carefully. That doesn't mean making everything last forever. It means choosing what deserves to be polished. And that choice becomes easier when you have a clear goal. Neville taught you to accept the end. The serene creator uses that acceptance to guide their actions, not to escape them. Before working, they settle into a simple feeling. I am already on my way. I am already building. I am already fulfilling. That feeling is not euphoria. It is calm. From there, they act. If the day is difficult, they don't betray themselves. They adjust the size of their steps, but they don't abandon the direction. That is a form of steadfast compassion. There's one detail that transforms the creative experience, celebrating the evidence, not the spectacle. When you finish a part, you don't need to rush to find encouragement. You give yourself a moment of inner recognition. I did it. That phrase, held silently, feeds your confidence. And confidence, nurtured in this way, doesn't depend on external reactions. Over time, that kind of confidence makes you more stable and more creative. Now, I want this chapter to leave you with a simple practice for tomorrow. Before you begin your main task, create a small serenity threshold. It could be a minute of breathing, a guiding principle, a clear desk, or a clear decision about what you will do first. This threshold tells your mind, there is no rush here, only direction. Then you begin. If you get distracted, you go back. If you get frustrated, you go back. If you struggle, you go back. Serenity isn't about avoiding distractions. It's about returning without punishing yourself. Seneca said that no wind is favorable without a harbor. Your north is your harbor. Serenity is holding the helm. It doesn't matter if the wind blows strong, if there are waves, if the day is dry. You hold the helm. And that constancy makes you a rare person in a fast-paced world. What is rare, when consistent, becomes valuable. Over time, the serene creator discovers something beautiful. Calm doesn't come after achieving everything. It comes when you become consistent with your direction. When you do what you said you would do, even if it's just a little. When you choose one important thing and move forward with it. When you reduce noise, when you protect silence, when you return, that consistency brings peace. And that peace brings better work. And that better work brings better results. Everything is connected. If you feel rushed today, don't fight it. Acknowledge it. Breathe. And remember, rushing seeks relief. Serenity seeks building. Choose building. One step, one block, one piece of evidence. In that small act, you are cultivating a more stable identity. And a stable identity is the ground where purpose becomes possible without tension. That is the promise of the serene creator. You don't need to live in a hurry to get far. You need to live in alignment. And when you live in alignment, the path becomes more human, clearer, and, in time, inevitable. Chapter 11. The anonymity that protects you. There's a way to nurture your creative process that doesn't rely on hiding out of fear, but rather on wisdom and discretion. I call this approach protective anonymity. It's not about disappearing from the world. It's about choosing when and how the world enters you. Because even if you don't always realize it, constant exposure comes at a cost. It makes you reactive, pushes you to compare yourself to others, and can turn your work into a spectacle before it has even taken root. Anonymity, used intentionally, is a fertile refuge. It's very human to want to be seen. Being seen brings a sense of belonging. Being seen seems to confirm that you're on the right track. And it's okay to acknowledge that desire without judging yourself. But it's also important to see the trap. If your energy depends on being seen, then your focus becomes fragile. One day you're validated and you move forward. Another day you're ignored and you doubt yourself. That oscillation exhausts you. The anonymity that protects you helps you build deeper stability, working because it aligns with your values, not because you're being watched. Marcus Aurelius said that your worth doesn't need a stage. You can do the right thing even if no one notices. That idea, when truly lived, is liberating. Because it brings you back to your center. When your center is within, the world loses its power to influence your state with every reaction. It's not coldness, it's quiet sovereignty. And that sovereignty allows you to create with greater quality. Epictetus would teach you that what disturbs you is not other people's opinions, but the value you give them. If you're exposed to opinions, direct or indirect, all day long, your mind tends to adapt. You adjust your tone, your message, your decisions, your pace to fit in. And without realizing it, you stray from your true path. The anonymity that protects you reduces that pull. It gives you a space where your judgment can breathe. Neville, from the perspective of the law of assumption, would say that you should inhabit the state you choose. But inhabiting a state requires a certain mental hygiene. If you are too exposed to noise, your state becomes contaminated. You find it difficult to sustain the feeling of fulfilled desire because your mind fills with doubts, comparisons, and a sense of urgency. Anonymity, for periods of time, is a form of hygiene. You reduce social stimuli to strengthen your inner state. Not to deny reality, but to build a more stable reality. Think in terms of frequency. When you're highly exposed, your system vibrates with external signals, comments, trends, metrics, expectations. That vibration can become unstable. You go up and down. You accelerate and deflate. In contrast, when you give yourself a period of anonymity, your internal signal becomes more coherent. Your mind reduces the noise and increases continuity. That continuity is the ground where your creativity grows deeper. Think about gravity too. Your work, at first, has little mass. A new project, an idea just being born, a discipline you're honing. If you expose it to too many winds, opinions, comparisons, glances, it can be swayed. Not because it's weak, but because it's still growing. Anonymity is like a greenhouse. It allows your work to gain mass before facing the elements. And when it gains mass, its gravity becomes real. It no longer moves with just any breeze. Seneca said it's better to have a few things done well than many done halfway. At this stage, anonymity helps you do things well. It takes away the pressure of constantly showing off. It gives you back the opportunity to fail in private, adjust, improve, and repeat. This is valuable because real improvement is almost always silent. People see the final result and think it happened all at once. But behind it were repeated days, adjustments, tests, and corrections. Anonymity allows you to experience that part without anxiety. There's an important psychological point. When you talk about a plan before executing it, your brain can experience a reward as if you've already made progress. That's not always bad, but it can be a distraction if it becomes a habit. If you share every idea you have to feel relieved, you get used to the reward without any evidence. The anonymity that protects you reverses that order. First evidence, then conversation. First building, then sharing. That reversal makes you stronger. This doesn't mean you never share. It means you choose. You share when it's valuable, when you need specific feedback, when you're ready to deliver, when the structure is already in place. You don't share out of a hunger for validation. You don't share to soothe anxiety. You don't share to feel active. Anonymity helps you distinguish these motivations more clearly. Blaise Pascal spoke of how difficult it is to be still in a room. The anonymity that protects you is, in part, a way of training that stillness, not as a sad isolation, but as a creative space. When you're not always socially available, your mind has more moments of silence. In those moments, your intuition is honed, your judgment grows, your sense of direction becomes clearer, and that, over time, becomes an enormous advantage. In business, this is also true. An entrepreneur, too exposed to opinions, might change their strategy with every comment. They might second-guess every metric. They might adjust their message to please rather than serve. Anonymity, for a time, brings you back into focus. It allows you to build a solid offering. It allows you to improve a product at your own pace. It allows you to talk less and do more. And when you return to the scene, you return with something substantial. That sells better than any performance. Internally, anonymity helps you solidify your identity. Identity isn't solidified when you're constantly being watched. It's solidified when you quietly follow through. When you do what you said you would do, even if no one knows. That kind of commitment builds inner confidence. And inner confidence is a tremendous emotional asset because it reduces the need for approval. When you need less approval, your mind calms down. When your mind calms down, your focus improves. And when your focus improves, your purpose becomes clearer. Now let's be honest. Anonymity can feel strange at first. You might get the feeling that you're missing out. That feeling is normal. You're weaning yourself off constant social stimulation. Don't treat it as a mistake. Treat it as gentle withdrawal. You breathe, you observe it, and you get back on track. In time, you'll discover something beautiful. You're not missing out on life. You're finding yourself. To make this chapter truly useful, I want you to make a simple decision for the next few days. Choose a part of your process that you're going to keep quiet, not out of secrecy, but for protection. It could be a section of your project, a creative phase, a new routine. During that time, you reduce the need to talk about it. Instead of just talking about it, you do it. You produce evidence. And when you have evidence, you calmly decide whether it's appropriate to share it. It's also helpful to define exposure windows. If you're in creative quarantine, you don't need to constantly check what others are doing. You can do it briefly and then close the window. Anonymity is best maintained when there are clear boundaries. Here, I consume. Here I don't. Here I respond. Here I don't. Here I share. Here I create. These boundaries don't take away your freedom. They give you back freedom because they give you back attention. Neville would speak of persistence in the state. Anonymity gives you the possibility of persisting without interference. You can sustain your assumed end more naturally when you're not comparing every step with others' reactions. You can feel on your path without needing someone else's confirmation. And that emotional autonomy is part of the practical awakening, ceasing to live at the mercy of the external mirror and beginning to inhabit your own center. Marcus Aurelius would also speak of acting without seeking applause, like someone who does the right thing simply because it is right. You are not here to be seen all the time. You are here to build a life that represents you. And that requires periods of silence. Periods where your work grows in private. Periods where your discipline becomes firmer. Periods where your mind learns to live without the constant noise of others' gaze. I'll end with an idea that might gently guide you. Anonymity doesn't erase you. It prepares you. It allows you to gain depth. It allows you to gain coherence. It allows you to gain mass. And where there is mass, there is gravity. Where there is gravity, what is true attracts without you having to chase it. Today, if you can, choose a small act of anonymity to protect yourself. An hour without exposure. An afternoon without social media. An unannounced preview. A creative block that no one sees. Then observe how it feels. Not as punishment, but as relief. Because in silence, your work breathes. And when your work breathes, your purpose becomes more real, more stable, and more your own. Chapter 12. Sovereignty without applause. There is a freedom that feels gentle inside and firm outside. Sovereignty without applause. It's not indifference toward others. It's emotional independence. It's the ability to stay the course even when the world is silent, even when no one validates you, even when recognition is slow in coming. This sovereignty doesn't make you cold. It makes you stable. And stability in a life with purpose is one of the most valuable assets you can build. It's normal to enjoy recognition. A kind comment, a response, a rising number, a sign that you're being seen. You don't have to pretend it doesn't matter. The important thing is that it doesn't become your primary fuel. Because when applause becomes fuel, it also becomes a remote control. If it comes, it lifts you up. If it doesn't, it brings you down. And living like that is exhausting. Your energy rises and falls according to external stimuli. Your focus becomes fragmented. Your peace becomes conditional. Sovereignty without applause brings you a more mature peace, the peace of someone who sustains themselves. Marcus Aurelius said that you don't need anyone's approval to be good. In the context of your life, that translates to this: you don't need applause to be consistent. You can build in silence. You can improve in private. You can accomplish things even if no one knows. And when you do that, something shifts at your core. Your confidence ceases to depend on the opinions of others. It becomes internal. And internal confidence isn't arrogance, it's stability. Epictetus would remind you that you don't control opinions, but you do control your judgment and your actions. If you place your well-being in the opinions of others, you are surrendering control. If you place your well-being in your actions, you reclaim sovereignty. This becomes very practical. Instead of asking yourself, "Are they watching me?" you ask yourself, "Am I fulfilling my responsibilities?" Instead of seeking external confirmation, you build internal evidence. And internal evidence calms your nervous system in a profound way, because it shows it that it can trust you. Neville, from the perspective of the law of assumption, would tell you that the state creates the world. If your state depends on applause, your world will be unstable. One day you feel powerful, the next you feel empty. Operative assumption, on the other hand, is choosing a state and sustaining it consistently. Sovereignty without applause means this: you choose the state of someone who is already on the path, and you sustain it even when outward appearances don't yet reflect it. Not through denial, but through gentle discipline. In terms of frequency, applause acts as a signal that excites you. It raises your heart rate for a while. It gives you a boost. But if you depend on that excitement, you become like a system that only turns on when it receives external energy. That makes you fragile. Sovereignty is another kind of energy, more stable, less explosive, more coherent. It's the energy of a well-calibrated engine. It doesn't need fireworks to run. It works because it's well built. Think about gravity. When you live seeking applause, your center of gravity is outward. Your status is at the mercy of external factors. In contrast, when you practice sovereignty, your center of gravity shifts inward. This doesn't mean ignoring feedback. It means your identity isn't defined by a reaction. Your identity is defined by your consistency. And consistency creates gravity. A consistent person attracts trust. A consistent brand attracts customers. A consistent life attracts opportunities. Not through magic, but through a signal. Consistency is felt. Seneca wrote that the reward for a good deed is having done it. That phrase becomes real when you apply it as a discipline. When you finish your block, even if no one else notices, you do. And that internal recognition isn't vanity. It's an act of self-care. You're training your nervous system to associate well-being with accomplishment, not with external validation. That's a profound shift, because the nervous system learns through association. If you associate well-being with applause, you'll seek applause. If you associate well-being with consistency, you'll seek consistency. And consistency takes you further. There's a common trap here: preemptive applause. Sharing your plans before executing them, announcing what you'll do, receiving praise for an intention. That might feel good, but it can also drain your true motivation, because your mind has already claimed the reward. Sovereignty without applause reverses the order. First evidence, then communication. First action, then conversation. First delivery, then visibility. This reversal makes you stronger, and, interestingly, freer. Because you no longer need to talk to feel like you're moving forward. You're truly moving forward. Blaise Pascal spoke of human restlessness, of that need to be distracted. Often, the desire for applause is part of that restlessness. Silence unsettles you. Unseen worries you. Not proving you're making progress unsettles you. Sovereignty teaches you to be with that restlessness without running away. To feel it and still fulfill your purpose. To stay the course even when the ego craves immediate reward. This training is gentle, yet incredibly powerful. In business, this sovereignty is a huge advantage. When you don't depend on applause, you negotiate better. You set boundaries more clearly. You don't lower prices out of anxiety. You don't change your message out of fear. You don't chase after those who can't make decisions. You become more selective. And that selectivity is perceived as a virtue. People trust those who don't get desperate more, not because of coldness, but because of stability. In your inner life, sovereignty helps you maintain a state of being, because a state of being cannot be sustained if every comment upsets you, if every number unsettles you, if every silence crushes you. Maintaining a state of being is a form of emotional maturity. That is to say, the world can be calm, and I carry on. The world can be noisy, and I carry on. The world can applaud or be silent, and I carry on. That continuity makes you an unusual person. And unusualness, when it is healthy and consistent, is valuable. So how do you train for this without it becoming a grueling battle? With a simple pact. Each day you do one important thing that no one else has to see. Just one. Something that fuels your purpose. A small, real, concrete piece of evidence. It could be writing, creating, designing, improving, selling, or studying in depth. You do it before seeking out external stimuli. And when you finish, you give yourself a moment of inner recognition. I accomplished it. That moment is your private applause. It's not ego, it's self-care, it's training. You can also train it by making a decision about your exposure. If you're constantly checking results, you become a hostage to them. Metrics are useful, but not like breathing. Define windows for measuring, and the rest of the time, build. This isn't denying reality. It's managing your attention. Attention is your most expensive resource, and expensive resources must be managed. Neville would say to persist in the state until it becomes natural. Sovereignty without applause becomes natural with repetition. At first, working without recognition can feel strange. Over time, it feels like a luxury, the luxury of owning your energy. And when that luxury appears, something beautiful happens. You no longer do things to prove your worth. You do them because they are consistent with who you are choosing to be. That consistency gives you peace. Marcus Aurelius also spoke of not living to impress, but to live well. To live well, here, means to live with purpose. It means that your identity doesn't depend on the reactions of others. It means that you can stay true to yourself, even on quiet days. That ability brings you a kind of tranquility that isn't fragile. It's a tranquility with a foundation. I end this chapter with an idea that can accompany you as a simple gesture. Today, choose an act of sovereignty, a piece of evidence that no one will see. Do it calmly. Do it carefully. When you finish, don't rush to seek out the noise. Remain for a moment in silence and feel that stability. That stability is your sovereignty growing. And the more it grows, the easier it becomes to sustain your focus. And when your focus is sustained, your purpose ceases to be an anxious pursuit. It becomes a clear, human, and personal path, even when the world hasn't yet applauded. Chapter 13. the seriousness of the approach. Your focus isn't just a mental skill, it's a force that organizes your life. And the most encouraging thing is that this force can be trained. You're not doomed to live scattered, nor to depend on good days to move forward. You can learn to build a more stable, cleaner, more coherent attention. When you do, you begin to feel it as something very concrete. Your day stops dragging you along and starts obeying you more easily. I call that the gravity of focus. Gravity, in the physical world, doesn't announce itself. It acts. It's always there, guiding trajectories. Your attention does something similar. What you pay attention to frequently gains weight within you. What you repeat attentively becomes familiar. The familiar, over time, becomes automatic, and the automatic becomes your identity. That's why attention is so important. It not only defines what you do, it defines who you are in practice. If you pay attention to the noise, your life becomes filled with noise. If you pay attention to your true north, your life becomes organized around it, not by miracle, but by consistency. You may have lived for years with a borrowed gravity, without realizing it. Borrowed gravity is when your attention is governed by external cues, screens, urgent matters, opinions, comparisons, reactivity. It's a life where your center of gravity is outside of you. And when your center is outside, it's difficult to maintain the internal state you desire. You feel pulled along, as if you're always reacting. This isn't a character flaw, it's an attentional architecture that has become a habit. The good news is that you can calmly rebuild that architecture with small, repeated decisions. Marcus Aurelius said that the mind takes on the color of what it contemplates. If you contemplate haste, your mind is tinged with haste. If you contemplate conflict, your mind is tinged with conflict. If you contemplate your work with continuity, your mind is tinged with direction. And that direction becomes your refuge. Not a refuge to flee from, but a refuge to act better. The gravity of the approach lies ultimately in choosing again what you contemplate and for how long you hold on to it. Epictetus would remind you that what you control is your judgment and your actions. In terms of focus, that means you control your entry decisions and your staying decisions. Entry decisions are the first things you let into your mind. What you look at when you wake up, what you listen to, what conversations you start, what stimuli you allow. Staying decisions are how long you stay with something before moving on to something else. Many people try to improve their focus with willpower alone, but they forget about these two levers. And these two levers are practically everything. Here, it's helpful to use a Hertz analogy. When your attention is constantly jumping around, your mind vibrates at a frequency of interruption. This frequency may feel active, but it's not stable. It's like an engine that starts and stops repeatedly. It heats up, cools down, and overheats again. In this dynamic, there's a lot of wear and tear and very little depth. In contrast, when you sustain a single task, your frequency lowers, the signal becomes more coherent, and continuity emerges. Continuity is the gateway to depth, and depth is what creates value, both for your business and your inner life. The gravity of focus emerges when something becomes important enough to command your decisions. Not in theory, but in practice. This requires that your guiding principle have a real place in your day, not just in your desires. If your guiding principle is always for later, its weight is small and any urgency pushes it aside. If your guiding principle appears early and is repeated, its weight grows. And when its weight grows, your life begins to revolve around it. It becomes easier to say no. It becomes easier to cut through the noise. It becomes easier to hold a block. It becomes easier to return when you get distracted. Not because your mind is perfect, but because your center of gravity has shifted. Neville would say it in his own words: "The state you inhabit becomes your world." The gravity of focus is a very practical way to inhabit a state. When your day is designed to prioritize focus, the state of focus becomes more natural. You don't have to forcefully summon it. You simply slip into it because your environment, your boundaries, and your routine support it. And when the state becomes natural, your assumption of it ceases to be a mental exercise and becomes a way of life. It's important not to let this idea become a source of pressure. It's not about being focused all day. It's about having a clear center. Even a planet has orbits, changes, and seasons. Real life includes unexpected events, affections, breaks, and logistics. The intensity of focus doesn't eliminate life. It shapes it. What you're aiming for is that what's essential has a protected, consistent, and respected place. From there, everything else falls into place more easily. And when everything else falls into place, anxiety decreases, because anxiety often stems from a lack of internal hierarchy. There's a common trap that steals your gravity without you even noticing: confusing access with obligation. Having access to information doesn't mean you have to consume it all the time. Having access to messages doesn't mean you have to reply instantly. Having access to opinions doesn't mean you should take them as your guide. If your attention is always available, your gravity is diluted. You start the day reacting, you spend it resolving minor issues, and when it's time for your work, you're already running on fumes. Then you blame yourself. It's not blame, it's design. The gravity of focus invites you to redesign the order. First your center, then everything else. Seneca said that we waste a lot of time, not because we don't work, but because we let it slip away. Our attention escapes in fragments. Just a moment, just checking, just replying. In a single day, those fragments can turn into hours. And even worse, they turn your mind into a fragmented system. That's why focus feels difficult, not because you're incapable, but because you're trained to fragment. Changing that is possible, but it requires gentle repetition. Not a grand heroic act, but a daily practice of returning to the task at hand. Returning is the key word. The gravity of focus doesn't mean you never get distracted. It means your center pulls you back, like a body that might deviate slightly, but returns to its orbit because it has enough mass. That's what you're building. Enough mass to return. And that mass is built with evidence. Every time you sit down to work on your block, even when you don't feel like it, you add mass. Every time you choose silence over noise, you add mass. Every time you finish a part, even a small one, you add mass. Every time you set boundaries respectfully, you add mass. Over time, the sum of these actions changes your life. There's an emotional nuance that deserves compassion. Sometimes, distraction is a way of asking for relief. Your mind isn't seeking noise out of malice. It's seeking rest, comfort, and disconnection. The problem is that noise usually provides only brief relief and leaves you with more fatigue afterward. The seriousness of the issue doesn't require you to deny this need. It invites you to address it in a healthier way: real rest, real silence, pauses that don't overwhelm you. When you start resting better, distraction loses its power. And when distraction loses its power, your focus gains stability. There's also a detail about identity. Many people believe that's just how they are, as if being scattered were a personality trait. But being scattered is usually a result of training, not an inherent trait. You trained your attention to jump around, so your attention jumps around. You trained your day to react, so your day reacts. You trained your mind to constant stimulation, so your mind craves it. If something was trained, it can be retrained. And retraining isn't about punishing yourself. It's about guiding yourself with a clear rule. You return to the center. Blaise Pascal said that many human problems stem from the inability to be still in a room. The gravity of this point is amplified when you learn to be still without feeling empty. Stillness doesn't mean inward immobility. It means not running away. It means sustaining a task, sustaining a state of being, sustaining a decision. At first, it may be difficult. Then, it becomes natural. And when it becomes natural, you feel a different kind of serenity. You no longer need to chase 1,000 things to feel that your life has meaning. Your meaning lies in your center. In your entrepreneurial life, this focus has a very clear effect. Your value becomes more evident. When you concentrate, you improve your product. When you improve your product, your message becomes more precise. When your message is precise, the market understands faster. When the market understands, it trusts. And when it trusts, it responds. Not always quickly, but it responds. The focus accelerates this cycle because it reduces the distractions that often kill projects. Changing strategies due to anxiety, abandoning projects due to impatience, becoming overwhelmed with unexecuted ideas. In your inner life, the seriousness of your focus is also an act of respect. You respect yourself when you decide that your mind will not be an open field. You respect yourself when you choose a state and calmly hold it. Neville spoke of persisting in the feeling of the wish fulfilled. To persist is not to tense up. It is to stay. It is to return. It is to choose the state of direction even when there is noise. And the most beautiful thing, the more you do it, the less effort it requires. Your mind learns to live there. Now, 2. Turn this into experience and not just theory. You need a concrete decision for tomorrow. Decide what your first object of focus will be. Not a list, but an object. A central task connected to your true north. Write it down in a simple sentence. Then, decide on an entry rule. Before that task, no noise. No messages, no content, no metrics. Just a brief silence, a breath, and that task. This seems small, but it changes the feel of the day, because it puts you on track from the very beginning. When you start your block, you'll encounter the urge to change, to revise, to jump in. At that moment, don't be too hard on yourself. Just remember, you're training gravity, and gravity is trained by staying a little longer. A few more minutes, one more paragraph, one more adjustment, one more section. That repeated a little longer is critical mass in the making. You don't need to do it heroically. You need to do it consistently. It's also helpful to define a clear end to your block. Gravity strengthens when your mind sees evidence of closure. You're not working haphazardly. You're working toward a small result, a page, an improvement, a version, a submission. When you close a block, your mind feels complete. And that completeness becomes an internal reward. Internal reward is very important because it reduces the need for external reward. And when you need less, you become more stable. I want you to end this chapter with an idea that both embraces and challenges you. Your focus can be your home. Not a perfect home, but a real home. A place you return to. A place that brings order to your life. A place where your life feels more truly yours. The gravity of focus doesn't demand that you be flawless. It demands that you be faithful. Faithful to your true north, faithful to your practice, faithful to your center. And that faithfulness, in time, gives you back something very valuable: clarity. Because when your center of gravity grows, you no longer hesitate so much about what to do. Not because life is simple, but because your center is strong. And when your center is strong, purpose ceases to be an anxious question. It becomes a serene direction, sustained by your attention. That is the real promise. Not that there will never be noise, but that you will have a center that weighs more. And when your center weighs more, your life, little by little, organizes itself around what truly matters. Chapter 14. The critical mass of your perseverance. There's a moment in the process where your effort stops feeling like an attempt and starts feeling like your identity. It doesn't arrive with fireworks, it arrives with accumulation, with repetition, with a consistency so simple that precisely for that reason, many people underestimate it. I call that point critical mass. And it's one of the most hopeful ideas you can embrace because it takes away unnecessary pressure. You don't need to change your life overnight. You need to sustain the right thing long enough for your system to cross a threshold. In physics, a system changes phase when it reaches a minimum amount of energy or matter, not because it wants to, but because it can no longer remain the same. Your mind and your life also change phase in this way. You can read, understand, feel moved, plan, and still remain the same if there isn't enough repetition. But when you repeat a habit consistent with your purpose, when you maintain a calm inner state, when you produce evidence even on a dry day, that repetition accumulates. It becomes mass. And mass, over time, creates gravity. The beauty of this idea is that it gives you back active patience. Not the patience of waiting, but the patience of building. Often, giving up stems from a misinterpretation. If it's not visible yet, then it's not happening. But life has invisible stages. Roots don't make a sound. Preparation isn't applauded. Consolidation isn't celebrated. Yet these stages are the foundation. Critical mass is the point where the invisible becomes visible. Marcus Aurelius would tell you that progress is measured by what you do each day with dignity, not by what you promise, not by what you imagine, not by what is seen, but by your conduct. Critical mass is built right there, in the everyday, the ordinary day, the small block, the simple choice, the return to the center, the act of saying no to a distraction. All of that, accumulated, changes your identity. Epictetus taught that your freedom lies in your choices. Critical mass is accumulated freedom. Every time you choose your true north over impulse, you gain a little more inner freedom. And that inner freedom, over time, makes doing the right thing easier. Not because the stimuli disappear, but because your system is no longer trained to obey them. Neville, from the perspective of the law of assumption, would say to persist in the state until it becomes second nature. Critical mass is the moment when second nature begins to occur. First, sustaining a state of focus feels like effort. Sustaining silence feels strange. Holding a block feels heavy. But when you persist, something shifts. Your mind stops treating it as an exception and starts treating it as normal. And when it becomes normal, the friction decreases. That decrease in friction is an enormous gift. It allows you to move forward with less emotional strain. In terms of hertz, this is clear. When you're starting out, your mental frequency can be unstable. You go up and down, you get excited and then deflate, you get scattered and then come back. In that phase, any interruption breaks you. Critical mass is reached when your frequency stabilizes. Not necessarily high, but coherent. And coherence is more important than intensity. A laser isn't powerful because it's a lot of light, but because it's coherent light. Your focus becomes laser-like when your consistency achieves mass. In terms of gravity, critical mass is when your true north outweighs your distractions. At first, Distractions have a lot of mass because they've been feeding off each other for years. Your phone, the habit of checking, the urge to compare, other people's sense of urgency, the desire for instant gratification, these are old planets. Your true north, on the other hand, starts as a seed, a small one. If you feed that seed every day, it grows and becomes a planet. And then a day comes when your system begins to orbit around what's important. Not because you force yourself, but because your center of gravity has shifted. This chapter also aims to help you avoid a very common mistake: wanting results before you have a solid foundation. When you demand a big sign early on, you become impatient. Impatience drives you to change things out of anxiety. You change your method, you change your plan, you change your project, you change your identity. This constant change seems like flexibility, but often it's just a lack of focus. True flexibility comes after you've built a solid foundation, once there's structure. Before you have a solid foundation, change is usually just a waste of time. Seneca said that we waste our lives on useless pursuits. Critical mass is built when you reduce those pursuits and make room for what's essential. But simply having space isn't enough. You need to use it repeatedly. Here's the point: change doesn't come from one perfect day. It comes from many good enough days. A good enough day is a day where there's evidence of your true north. That's all. Blaise Pascal spoke of how difficult it is to be still. Critical mass teaches you that stillness isn't about being motionless. It's about staying in one direction, allowing repetition to do its work. In a fast-paced world, repetition seems boring. But repetition is the source of all mastery. Mastery in business, mastery in creativity, mastery of inner state. Without repetition, there is no muscle. Without muscle, there is no support. Without support, there is no embodied purpose. Critical mass also relies on a very helpful idea. When you're tired, reduce the size of your steps, not change direction. This changes everything. Most people, when tired, give up. You can learn to adjust without giving up. If you can't make a big leap today, take a small one. If your energy is low today, do the bare minimum. That compliance keeps the chain going. And the chain, once maintained, creates mass. Breaking the chain out of pride or perfectionism means losing accumulated mass. In business, critical mass is seen in how people respond to repetition. At first, they don't respond. Then, someone does. Then, suddenly, it seems like you showed up. But you didn't show up. You were consistent. The market is slow to trust and quick to forget. Consistency is what cuts through the noise. Consistency is what makes your message familiar. And familiarity becomes trustworthy. And trustworthy becomes choice. This is a profound reason why critical mass is so important for entrepreneurs. In your inner life, critical mass manifests in a beautiful symptom. It's easier to begin. Before, you started with resistance. Now, you begin more naturally. Not because you're always motivated, but because your inner self already knows the way. And when your inner self knows the way, energy is conserved. The energy saved is invested in depth. And depth improves your results. It's all a virtuous cycle. There's also a delicate point that deserves compassion. Your mind might interpret repetition as, "I'm stuck," because there's no novelty. But novelty isn't progress. Novelty is stimulation. Progress is accumulation. In a building stage, less novelty and more repetition is often a sign of maturity. The desert, the drought, and repetition work together. They pull you out of dependence on spectacle and lead you to stability. Neville would remind you that an assumed state persists until it becomes second nature. Here's something simple you can do. Each time you complete your daily task, however small, take a moment to feel the calm of "it's done." That moment is important because it trains the association between coherence and well-being. If your nervous system begins to associate well-being with accomplishment, it will be easier to return to work. It's an internal reward training. Now, to make this chapter practical, I want to give you a very clear way to build critical mass without feeling overwhelmed. Define a minimum amount of daily evidence that is real and concrete. It doesn't have to be heroic. It has to be sustainable. Something you can do even on a tough day. And that evidence has to be connected to your North Star. It could be a page, an improvement, a block of deep work, a breakthrough in your offering, a key action. Then, most importantly, repeat it. Not for a few days, for a season. Seasoning builds mass. At the same time, protect your geometry. A reactor needs a certain shape to sustain its reaction. Your life needs a shape to sustain your consistency. A protected block, an agenda, fewer inputs, response windows, an inner anechoic chamber. If the geometry is bad, energy leaks out. If energy leaks out, mass doesn't grow. And you return to the cycle of starting and stopping. Not because you lack talent, but because the system is poorly designed. Critical mass also teaches you to trust the unseen, not as blind faith, but as an understanding of the process. When you do the right thing repeatedly, you are building something, even if it's not visible. And that unseen construction has a moment of emergence. That moment cannot be forced, but it can be prepared for. Preparation is your consistency. Your consistency is your investment. And your investment, sooner or later, pays off. I want you to finish this chapter with a sense of quiet hope, because critical mass tells you something very important. If you're doing the bare minimum of consistent action today, you're already winning. You don't need to feel spectacular. You need to stay the course. Every day you stay the course, you accumulate. Every time you return to it, you accumulate. Every time you say no to the noise and yes to your true north, you accumulate. And one day, without any drama, you'll realize that something has changed. It's easier for you to focus, easier to create, easier to sustain your state. Your life will have become a little more organized. That's critical mass, not a sudden miracle. A threshold reached through gentle perseverance. And if you continue calmly and steadily, that critical mass will become enough gravity for your purpose to be more than just a nice idea. It will be a stable path, sustained by your identity. And that is one of the most human and real victories you can build. Chapter 15. The net that lifts you up. There's a truth that becomes very clear when you start to cultivate your focus. You're not only affected by what you do, but also by what surrounds you. Your attention is sensitive. Your inner state is sensitive. And that's not weakness, it's humanity. That's why building a network that uplifts you isn't a luxury, it's a self-care strategy. It's not about having connections for appearances. It's about choosing signals that nourish your frequency and relationships that support your direction. Sometimes people talk about the network as if it were just a list of names. But a real network works like a circuit. It transmits energy, it transmits information, it transmits standards, it transmits calm, or it transmits noise. If your circuit is full of interference, your focus is cut off. If your circuit is well connected, your energy reaches its target with less leakage. The network that elevates you is the one that reduces leakage and increases coherence. Marcus Aurelius spoke of caring for one's inner kingdom. This kingdom doesn't exist in isolation from the world. It receives influences. It receives conversations, opinions, content, and expectations. If these influences are chaotic, your kingdom becomes chaotic. If these influences are clear, your kingdom becomes more stable. This is important because a stable mind better sustains purpose. And a stable mind is built not only with personal discipline, but also with relational hygiene. Epictetus would remind you that you can't control what others do, but you can control what you give them access to. That's essential. Granting access isn't cruel. Granting access is a resource decision. If your time and attention are limited resources, then not everything can be included. Not everything deserves to be near you. Not everything deserves your immediate response. The network that elevates you begins with a boundary, calmly choosing what you expose yourself to and how much. In terms of frequency, every conversation and every piece of content acts as a signal. Some signals leave you more centered, calmer, and clearer. Other signals leave you agitated, comparing yourself, doubting, and rushed. These signals don't have to be bad to be unhelpful. Sometimes they're simply not right for this season. The network that lifts you up isn't built by hating what doesn't serve you. It's built by choosing what does support you. Neville taught you that your state creates your world. If your state is constantly contaminated by external signals, your world becomes unstable. The network that elevates you helps you sustain your state more easily. Not because it encloses you, but because it protects you from unnecessary interference. It's like putting insulation on a cable, not to stop the flow of energy, but to prevent leaks. The insulation in your life represents your boundaries, your windows of response, your choice of environments. Think of gravity. You want your true north to be the center of your orbit. But if you surround yourself with masses that pull your attention elsewhere, dramas, other people's urgent matters, aimless conversations, your orbit becomes distorted. You start spinning around what doesn't matter. The net that lifts you up reduces those masses and increases the mass of what centers you. People who bring you back to action. Voices that inspire you without confusing you. Spaces that allow you to work deeply. Shared routines that sustain you. Seneca said that company shapes your mind. You don't have to see this as a threat. You can see it as an opportunity. Choosing company, choosing influence, choosing signals. The network that elevates you doesn't mean surrounding yourself only with perfect people. It means surrounding yourself with consistency. Consistency in values, in habits, in vision. Consistency in respect for time. Consistency in honesty. Consistency in the desire to build. It's important to be very human here. There are relationships you want that still drain you. Not because the other person is bad, but because their pace or way of life doesn't match your current stage of life. This can be uncomfortable because it makes you feel like you're changing. And yes, you are changing. But changing doesn't mean abandoning. You can nurture a relationship and at the same time adjust your access. You can talk less and better. You can reduce exposure without cutting off affection. You can choose your moments. That's maturity. The network that elevates you also includes what you don't see. Books, authors, mentors, ideas. Your mind doesn't fully distinguish between a physical voice and the voices you consume daily. If you listen to voices that make you anxious, your state becomes anxious. If you listen to voices that bring you calm and direction, your state becomes ordered. In that sense, building a network is also building a diet of content, a diet of information, a diet of perspectives. The right diet elevates you. Blaise Pascal spoke of how difficult it is to be still. A healthy network respects your stillness, respects your space, respects your silence. respects your creative quarantine when you're building something. If a relationship demands constant availability, sometimes it's not love, it's a habit of access. And you can change that habit with respect. You don't need to fight. You need clarity. In business, this network is crucial. The entrepreneur who surrounds themselves with noise becomes reactive. They change their strategy with every trend. They get scared by every comment. They despair over every metric. In contrast, the entrepreneur who surrounds themselves with clarity becomes stable. They think better. They decide better. They negotiate better. They execute better. And that stability is felt in their message. People trust those who feel stable more. Trust, over time, translates into healthier results. In your inner life, the network that lifts you up helps you sustain hope. Mature hope in the desert becomes easier when you have signs of support. A quote from an author who centers you. A brief conversation with someone who respects your process. An environment where you can work without interruption. You don't need an army of support. You need a few well-chosen connections, because too many connections can become noise. A few quality connections can become support. Now, there's a very common trap, confusing a network with hyperconnectivity. Being in many groups, many conversations, many social media platforms, many opinions, many points of view. That's usually interference, not a network. The network that elevates you is noticeable by its effect. It leaves you clearer, not more confused. It leaves you calmer, not more tense. It leaves you with action, not just ideas. It leaves you with evidence, not just talk. Human psychology is also clear on this. Constant availability reduces perceived value, even unintentionally. When you're always accessible, your attention becomes cheap. When you're selective and respectful, your attention becomes valuable. And valuable things are cherished. This isn't a gimmick. It's a sign. A sign that you have priorities. A sign that your life has a center. A sign that your focus matters. Neville would tell you to inhabit the state you already are. What does that look like in your network? It looks like this. You choose connections based on your inner strength, not your anxiety. You don't connect to fill a void. You connect to build. You don't speak to feel accompanied. You speak with intention. You don't ask for opinions out of insecurity. You ask for feedback to improve. That difference is enormous. And that difference elevates you. Here's a very simple practice you can do today without turning it into a heavy ritual. Write down 5 major influences in your current life. They don't have to be people close to you. They can also be content or environments. Ask yourself calmly, does this uplift me or drain me? Does it leave me more coherent or more scattered? Then decide on a small adjustment. Strengthen an influence that uplifts you and reduce one that drains you. Not 10 changes, just one. The network is built by sustained adjustments, not by revolutions that don't last. You can also build a lifting network with spaces. A clean workspace, a place of silence, a protected schedule, a brief ritual in an anechoic chamber. All of that is a network because it sustains your state. A life without personal space is a life always invaded, and invasion destroys focus. In contrast, personal space, however small, becomes a home for your true north. There's an important emotional detail. Sometimes you're afraid to set boundaries for fear of disappointing others. But setting boundaries isn't disappointing. It's setting boundaries. And when you set boundaries, you become more present when you are actually there. The network that lifts you up isn't built by being with everyone all the time. It's built by being with a few people who are truly special. Quality is more nourishing than quantity. Seneca said that life becomes lighter when you know how to choose. Choosing your network is part of that lightness. And that lightness is key to focus, because focus needs space. Not just physical space, but emotional space. When your network leaves you feeling light, your mind becomes more creative. Your state of mind becomes more stable. Your discipline becomes gentler. And your purpose becomes more audible. I want you to finish this chapter with a sense of possibility. You don't need to change your entire social life to elevate yourself. You need a conscious adjustment to your cues. One less conversation and one more block. Less content and more silence. Reduced draining influence and strengthened uplifting influence. Over time, these adjustments create an environment that supports you. And when your environment supports you, consistency becomes easier. Today, choose one simple action. Reduce an interference and strengthen a nourishing connection. Then, return to your true north. That return is the heart of everything. The network that lifts you exists for that purpose, to bring you back again and again to your center. And when you have a center, your life unfolds with greater calm. That calm, when repeated, becomes focus. And sustained focus brings you closer to your purpose in a human, clear, and real way. Chapter 16. The Diet of Silence. There's a form of self-care that goes unnoticed from the outside, but changes everything from within. Reducing the noise. Not because the world is bad, but because your mind needs space to sort out what matters. I call it the diet of silence. It's not a distant retreat or a complicated practice. It's a daily choice. Less unnecessary stimulation, more clarity. Less interference, more coherence. And that coherence, over time, becomes the ground on which your purpose calmly rests. The word diet is important because a diet isn't an isolated act. It's a relationship with what you ingest. In this case, what you ingest is information, conversation, content, news, opinions, sound, notifications, speed. Your mind ingests all of that, even if you don't realize it. And like any organism, your mind responds to what it consumes. If you consume noise, your state becomes noisy. If you consume calm, your state becomes more stable. It's not about living in absolute silence. It's about choosing which noise is worthwhile and which noise only steals your life. Marcus Aurelius spoke of returning to your inner self as one returns home. That return becomes more difficult when you are overwhelmed, because an overwhelmed mind cannot hear itself clearly. It is full of echoes, automatic interpretations, quick reactions, and invented urgencies. Silence cuts through that echo. It allows you to see the difference between a thought and a command. It allows you to notice that many ideas are just clouds, not mandates. It gives you back the space to choose. Epictetus would teach you that your freedom lies in your response. The diet of silence is a tool for reclaiming that freedom. Because when the stimulus is constant, the response becomes automatic. You don't respond based on judgment. You respond out of habit. You check impulsively. You speak out of inertia. You consume out of anxiety. In contrast, when you reduce stimuli, a small space appears between what happens and what you do. That space is your sovereignty. And although it may be small at first, it grows enormous with practice. In terms of hertz, the silence diet lowers the frequency of interruptions. Constant interruptions create an unstable mental vibration. You jump, switch, restart. This not only takes away your focus, it also drains your emotional energy, because every restart comes at a cost. Silence reduces restarts. And when there are fewer restarts, continuity emerges. Continuity is one of the most peaceful and productive sensations you can cultivate. In terms of gravity, silence helps you give substance to what matters. When your day is full of noise, your attention is scattered across 1,000 small things. These small things gain weight because you feed them. Then it's hard to let go. it's hard to return. It's hard to concentrate. The diet of silence reduces the weight of the extraneous so that your true north gains weight. You don't do it violently. You do it with repetition. Each day you choose a little less noise, a little more center. Over time, your life orbits more smoothly. Neville taught you that your state of mind creates your world. The silence diet is a direct way to protect your state of mind, because your state of mind isn't sustained by desire alone. It's sustained by your environment and your habits. If you want a state of focused calm, you can't live in constant stimulation. That's like trying to sleep well with loud music and the lights on. You might be able to do it for one night, but it's not sustainable. Silence, through small windows, muffles enough noise for your state of mind to take hold. It's normal for silence to feel uncomfortable at first. Don't take it as a sign of failure. It's a sign of previous dependence. Your nervous system got used to stimulation. When the stimulation decreases, restlessness arises. This restlessness is an adjustment. It's like quitting sugar. At first, your body craves it, then it stabilizes. The same is true with noise. If you sit in silence and an urge arises, it doesn't mean you're doing something wrong. It means you're training something new. The ability to be with yourself without running away. Seneca said that we suffer more from what we imagine than from what actually happens. In a noisy life, imagination becomes a circuit of worry, comparison, and anticipation. Silence allows you to see that circuit more clearly. And when you see it, you can choose. You don't need to eliminate imagination, you need to direct it. Neville knew this. Imagination is a creative tool, but to use it well, it needs to be free from the noise. Silence gives your imagination back control. Blaise Pascal spoke of how difficult it is to be still in a room. The silence diet trains precisely that. Stillness with purpose. Not stillness to escape, but stillness to sustain a state. When you learn to be still, you stop constantly searching for something outside to complete you. You begin to feel that there is already a center within. And when there is a center, your anxiety decreases. Because often anxiety stems from a lack of center. The diet of silence also includes a diet of words. There are conversations that nourish and conversations that drain. Not because of content, but because of energy. Conversations that revolve around complaining, rushing, comparisons, and drama. If you have them daily, your mind adopts that frequency. You don't need to cut out affection. You need to adjust your consumption. You can choose to talk less about what doesn't build up and more about what does. You can choose shorter periods of time. You can choose windows of opportunity. That too is silence. Selective, social silence that protects your focus. In business, this becomes very concrete. An overwhelmed entrepreneur communicates overwhelm. They change their message, exaggerate, become desperate, and lose clarity. The diet of silence improves your clarity. And clarity is a business asset. Because in a noisy market, clarity stands out. Furthermore, silence allows you to think better, to see patterns, understand your customer, improve your offer, and design your next step without rushing. All of that is easier when you're not bouncing between stimuli. In your inner life, silence allows you to hear something that noise drowns out. Practical intuition. Not dramatic intuition, but that small certainty that arises when you are centered. This is it. This isn't it. This way. Often, your purpose doesn't feel like a loud voice. It feels like a gentle direction that grows stronger with repetition. If your life is full of noise, that direction gets lost. The diet of silence makes it audible again. So, how do you practice this without making it a burdensome imposition? With short, sustainable windows of silence. You don't need to change everything. You need to create a pattern. For example, you can decide that the first part of the morning is silent. No social media, no news, no messages. Just your inner sanctuary and your sense of direction. Or you can decide that before bed, there is silence. No screens, no content, just breathing, a brief check, and real rest. Or you can choose a stretch of the day where you walk without your phone. The important thing isn't which one you choose. The important thing is to repeat it. Repetition is key because your nervous system learns by habit. If you're silent once, you feel good for a while. If you're silent repeatedly, your mind recalibrates. Silence stops feeling strange. It starts to feel nourishing. And when it feels nourishing, you no longer perceive it as a sacrifice. You perceive it as care. There's a gesture that can help you in the exact moment of temptation. When you feel the urge to open something, check something, consume something without intention. Instead of immediately obeying, you pause briefly. You breathe. You observe the urge like a wave. The wave rises and falls. You don't need to fight it. You simply don't follow it. Then you return to your true north or return to your true rest. That pause cultivates sovereignty. And sovereignty, over time, becomes freedom. Neville would tell you to persist in that state until it becomes second nature. The diet of silence is about persisting in a state of less interference. When your state becomes more stable, your results also become more stable, because you act with less anxiety and more direction. And that direction shows in your work, in your communication, in your energy, in your presence. Marcus Aurelius would also remind you that the essential thing is to live well today, with what you have, without needing to turn everything into a drama. Silence helps you with that. It restores your human rhythm. It restores an internal tempo that is often lost in the saturation of things. And when you recover your tempo, your life feels more like your own. I want you to end this chapter with a simple action for tomorrow. Choose a window of silence and protect it. It can be brief, but it must be real. In that window, you don't consume content. You don't check. You don't respond. You just breathe, center yourself, and make a small effort to stay grounded, or you truly rest. Then observe how your day changes. Don't expect perfection. Look for signs. Less rushing, more clarity, more continuity. The diet of silence doesn't take the world away from you. It gives it back. Because when your mind is less saturated, you perceive better. You enjoy more. You decide better. You create better. And little by little, you feel something that is truly valuable. Your life ceases to be constant noise and begins to have direction. That direction isn't built with a grand gesture, but with a daily choice. Today, a little less interference. Today, a little more center. Today, a little more silence. Over time, that diet becomes your medicine. And with that medicine, your focus becomes more natural, your state more stable, and your purpose clearer and brighter. Chapter 17. The Coronation of Purpose. The culmination of your purpose isn't an epic moment. It's a clear moment. It feels more like a deep breath than an explosion. One day you realize you're no longer desperately searching for an answer outside yourself, because your life has begun to answer from within. Not because everything is perfect, but because your center has become more stable. Your true north weighs more heavily. Your attention is less scattered. Your state of being is more sustained. And with that foundation, purpose ceases to feel like an endless question and becomes a livable direction. If you've made it this far, you've already done something important. You stayed. You gave yourself permission to learn, to adjust, to return to your center. You treated yourself with a gentler firmness. That's no small feat. In a world that pushes us toward haste and noise, Choosing clarity is an act of quiet courage. The fulfillment of your purpose doesn't happen because you morally deserve it. It happens because you created the internal conditions to sustain it. Marcus Aurelius said that your life takes the shape of your thoughts, and you've already seen this in practice. When your mind is cluttered, your thoughts become urgent, fragmented, and repetitive. When your mind is cleared, your thoughts become ordered. And when your thoughts become ordered, so do your actions. The crowning achievement isn't a prize. It's a natural consequence of having ordered your inputs, your boundaries, your rhythm, and your center. Epictetus taught that your freedom lies in your judgment and your actions. If you think about it, this entire book has been a training ground for that freedom. Learning to choose your response. Learning to sustain your attention. Learning to return when you get distracted. And that is purpose in its truest form. Not a pretty concept, but a practical ability to live in alignment. Purpose becomes stable when your life ceases to be a sum of impulses and becomes a sequence of coherent decisions. Neville spoke to you about state. State isn't just what you think. It's the internal climate from which you act. When your state was unstable, your reality felt unstable. When you began to protect your state with an inner anechoic chamber, with creative quarantine, with cleansing, with silence, that climate became more coherent. And when the climate becomes coherent, your imagination ceases to be a place of doubt and becomes a place of direction. Dwelling in the assumed end ceases to be a mental exercise and becomes a way of being in the world. The culmination of purpose occurs when you no longer need to convince yourself every morning of who you are. You recognize yourself through your actions. You recognize yourself through your evidence. You recognize yourself through your ability to return to your center. At that point, your confidence doesn't depend on applause. It depends on consistency. And that consistency is a very solid emotional foundation. It reduces anxiety. It reduces comparison. It reduces the sense of urgency. Not because the world has changed, but because you have changed your relationship with the world. Think of gravity. The gravity of the focus you cultivated grew, little by little, until it became enough to draw your life toward what is essential. What once pulled you toward the noise lost its power. What once seemed indispensable became optional. What once fragmented you no longer has the same power. Not because it disappeared, but because your center now weighs more. The crowning achievement is when you recognize that your center has become the focal point of your orbit. Think in hertz. Before, your mind vibrated with constant interruptions. Now, you've learned to operate at a more coherent frequency. That coherence feels like continuity. And continuity is the raw material of everything great. It improves your work, enhances your presence, and improves your decision-making. A coherent system doesn't need to expend energy on constant restarts. That saved energy is invested in depth. And depth is where purpose resides, because purpose is rarely found on the surface. Seneca spoke of not wasting your life on trivial matters. You learn to choose. And choosing is an act of self-love. Because when you choose your direction, you're telling your future. You matter. The fulfillment of your purpose is the result of many small choices like this. It's not a miraculous leap. It's a cumulative effect. And that cumulative effect leaves you with something very valuable. A simpler life on the inside. A clearer life on the outside. Blaise Pascal said that much of human suffering comes from the inability to be still. You intentionally cultivated stillness. You learn to be silent without feeling like something is missing. And when you learn that, something is released. You no longer seek stimulation, to feel real. You feel real because you are present. That presence is the throne of purpose. Because purpose can only be sustained by someone who can be with themselves, who can listen to their inner guidance without running away. Now, achieving your goal doesn't mean there will never be doubts. It means that doubts no longer rule. They aren't commands, they're signals. You can feel uncertainty and still act. You can feel tired and still maintain the bare minimum of coherence. You can feel the noise outside and still protect your inner sanctuary. That's the difference. Achieving your goal is maturity. Feeling without being swept away. Thinking without getting lost in labyrinths. Acting without needing perfect conditions. In business, this crowning achievement manifests as stability. You make clearer decisions. You communicate more precisely. You despair less. You build more. People perceive this. Stability attracts trust. And trust, over time, translates into healthier results. Not because you worked magic, but because your message originates from a more stable core. In your inner life, this crowning manifests as quiet dignity. You respect yourself more. Not out of pride, but out of consistency. And this consistency improves your relationships, your rest, your concentration, your creativity. Because when your mind stops being at war with itself, your energy becomes available to create, to care, to build. Now there's something essential I want to leave you with as a natural conclusion. Purpose isn't a final goal. It's a living axis. An axis that's renewed through simple practices. Your inner anechoic chamber will continue to be your refuge. Your creative quarantine will continue to be your tool during periods of creation. Your cleansing with unwavering compassion will continue to prevent you from becoming overwhelmed again. Your diet of silence will continue to restore your clarity. The critical mass of your consistency will continue to grow. And the network that lifts you up will continue to support you. The crowning achievement doesn't confine you to a persona. It places you within a rhythm. To ensure this doesn't remain merely inspiration, you need a simple pact with yourself. A pact you can keep without strain. The pact is this: each day, before the noise, return to your center and create evidence of your true north, however small. That evidence is your daily crown. Not a crown of ego, but a crown of coherence. It's the silent proof that your life is aligned. And if you slip up one day, you don't break the pact with guilt. You pick it up again with respect. Because practice isn't about being perfect. Practice is about returning. Returning is the most practical spiritual act there is. Returning is saying, my direction matters. Returning is choosing again. Returning is not letting a difficult day become your identity. Neville would tell you to persevere. Epictetus would tell you to choose your response. Marcus Aurelius would tell you to do the right thing with serenity. Seneca would tell you not to waste your time. You make it simple and human. You focus, you act, you rest, you repeat. In that repetition, the purpose ceases to be a mystery. It becomes a path. The fulfillment of your purpose, then, is not the end of your life. It is the beginning of a life more truly yours. A life where your attention is not for hire. A life where your peace is not fragile. A life where your hope does not depend on constant signals. A life where you can move forward with both gentleness and firmness. If you take away just one idea from this last chapter, let it be this: your purpose isn't something you lack. It's something that grows when you become consistent. And you already know how to do it. Less noise, more focus, less impulse, more choice, less distraction, more consistency. That's your crown, and you can wear it lightly, because it's not a burden at all. It's your direction. Finally, home. Chapter 18. the return that sustains you. If you've made it this far, you might feel something akin to relief. Not because your life has suddenly become perfect, but because you're no longer flying blind. Now you understand your levers: silence, evidence, direction, consistency, safety net, a healthy dose of stimulation, your inner sanctuary. And yet, there's a gentle truth worth telling you straight. You're going to get distracted again someday. You're going to have noisy days. You're going to fall back into old habits at some point, not because you're failing, but because you're human. True change isn't measured by never falling. It's measured by your ability to bounce back. This chapter is for that, for coming back to become your superpower. Because when you know how to return, nothing can destroy you. A distraction doesn't become a lost, weak. A difficult day doesn't become your identity. A mistake doesn't become your destiny. Coming back is the most practical form of mature hope. Not a hope that depends on everything going well, but a hope that lives in your ability to regain your balance. Marcus Aurelius wrote that your mind can be your fortress. That fortress doesn't mean there won't be a storm. It means that even if there is a storm, you know where to return. Epictetus insisted that real power lies in your judgment and your action. Returning is both judgment and action. You clearly judge what happened and act with gentle firmness to return to the right path. And Neville, with his law of assumption, would give you the internal framework. You return to the state, not to the guilt, because guilt drags you down into the past, and the state places you in the cause. Think about gravity again. Even the best system can be knocked off course. A body can be knocked out of its orbit by an external force, a minor collision, an unexpected tug. What matters is what happens next. If the mass at the center is sufficient, the body returns. That's the gravity of the approach you've built. It doesn't mean you'll never move. It means your life now has a center with enough weight to pull you back. In a life without a center, any breeze can carry you away, and there's no natural return. In a life with a center, the return is part of the system's physics. Think about Hertz, too. When you're overwhelmed, your mind races, vibrates, fragments. When you return to silence, the frequency drops and the signal clears. The return doesn't have to be dramatic. It doesn't require a perfect week. Sometimes the return is as simple as turning off the noise for a moment, breathing, and focusing on one essential thing. That simplicity is power because it can be repeated, and what can be repeated becomes identity. Here's a common mistake I want to gently but firmly help you avoid. Believing that returning means compensating harshly. The mind gets distracted and then tries to punish itself with impossible demands, extreme changes, grandiose promises. That usually ends in another fall, because extremes are unsustainable. A true return is more like this. You go back to the basics with respect. You go back to the bare minimum. You go back to the first step. You go back to the small building block. You go back to your inner sanctuary. You go back to the obvious, not out of resignation, but out of wisdom. Seneca said that what matters is not doing many things, but doing the right thing. Returning brings you back to what is right. It's also important to understand a psychological truth. Many relapses don't begin with a major mistake. They begin with micro permissions. Just for a moment. I'm just checking. Just today. Just to relax. A micro permission isn't a sin. It's a sign. It's a crack in the circuit. And when the circuit has cracks, energy leaks. The good news is that recovery also works with micro decisions. A micro cut. A micro pause. A micro block. A micro act of silence. A micro act of acknowledgement. When you do that, you repair the crack before it becomes a spill. Blaise Pascal spoke of the difficulty of stillness. Returning often means, at first, returning to stillness even when you don't feel like it. Not stillness as punishment, but stillness as medicine. Because when you are still, the echo diminishes. And when the echo diminishes, your judgment improves. At that moment, you can choose again. And choosing again, calmly, is the noblest act of your day. Many people believe that nobility lies in not failing. True nobility lies in returning without breaking. Going back also protects you from comparison. When you're distracted, your mind often looks outward for relief or to justify itself. And that's where the poison appears. Others are getting further ahead. I'm behind. I'm not like that. These thoughts aren't truths. They're just added noise. Marcus Aurelius would say not to be swayed by impressions without examining them. Examining here means asking yourself a simple question. Does this help me get back on track, or does it push me further away? If it pushes you further away, you let it go. If it helps you, you use it. Going back is a filter. Neville would say that state comes first. In a comeback, the most important thing isn't fixing everything externally. It's regaining your inner balance. Because if you try to fix life from a place of anxiety, your solution will be anxious. You'll make impulsive changes. You'll push yourself too hard. You'll get lost in planning. On the other hand, if you first regain a state of focused calm, your decisions become more precise. That's why the comeback can begin with something very small. Closing your eyes for a moment and feeling, even gently, the state of someone who is on the path. Not someone who has already solved everything, but someone who has returned to their center. That state is enough to act with dignity. In business, this return is a huge asset because the market rewards consistency, but human consistency isn't a perfect line. It's a line that returns quickly. The one who gets distracted one afternoon and comes back the next day with clarity wins. The one who gets distracted one afternoon and punishes themselves for a week loses. The difference isn't talent, it's return. And the same is true in our inner lives. The one who gets lost and comes back learns more than the one who gets lost and stays lost. For this to be truly helpful, I want you to grasp a simple idea. The return journey has a minimal ritual. Not a ceremonial ritual, but a logistical one. A minimal return might look like this. And I say this as a direct invitation, not a rigid list. When you notice you've become scattered, stop for a moment and breathe slowly. Eliminate an immediate source of noise, even if only for a while. Choose a single, small piece of evidence connected to your true north. Perform it without demanding perfection. And when you're finished, remain silent for a few seconds to feel the calm of having returned. That cycle, repeated, brings you back home. The word home is important because your focus can become your home, not your prison. Some people return to focus with tension, as if it were a punishment. But well-trained focus feels like relief. Fewer decisions, less noise, more clarity. Returning teaches you that focus isn't just about productivity. It's about well-being. And when your mind learns that returning makes you feel better, returning becomes easier. Epictetus would talk about practice. Practice isn't repeating something when you've perfected it. Practice is repeating it when you struggle. Returning is pure practice. Each return is a repetition of your new identity. And here's something very hopeful. Every time you return, even if it's late, you're telling your mind that you're in charge. And your mind, over time, believes those who deliver. If you show it that you can return, your mind stops sabotaging you so much because it no longer needs to prove you so much. It begins to cooperate. It's also important to understand returning as maintenance, not emergency repair. Maintenance prevents problems. If you wait until you're completely overwhelmed to return, the return will feel much more cumbersome. Instead, if you make small returns throughout the day, the system remains stable. A brief pause before replying. A moment of silence after an intense conversation. A protected build block, even if short. A window without a screen. These are all preventative returns. And prevention is a form of wisdom. Seneca said that life becomes easier when you stop living by accident. Returning takes you out of accident. It makes you someone who chooses. And choosing, repeated, is purpose. Many people think purpose is a grand idea. In reality, purpose is a chain of consistent choices sustained over time. Returning repairs the chain when it breaks, and repairing the chain quickly is a more valuable skill than any perfect day. There's another beautiful aspect to returning. It makes you more compassionate toward yourself and at the same time more grounded. That combination is rare. Some people are grounded but break down inside. Others are compassionate but get lost due to a lack of structure. Returning teaches you the middle ground. You speak to yourself with respect and give yourself direction. You don't insult yourself for being distracted, but you also don't normalize it as fate. You recognize it, you accept it, and you return. That maturity is a silent crown. Neville would say that you embrace the feeling and persist. Persistence in your real life will look like many returns. You return to your state. You return to your north. You return to your daily evidence. You return to your diet of silence when you break it. You return to your cleansing with unwavering compassion when the noise builds. You return to your lifting net when you isolate yourself too much. You return to your inner anechoic chamber when the echo rises. The whole book boils down to that, returning to the essentials until the essentials become your normal. If you want closure that leaves you at peace and, at the same time, gives you direction, this is it. Don't ask for a life without noise. Ask for a life with return. Because noise exists, the world moves, seasons change, energy rises and falls. But your ability to return can be constant. And when your ability to return is constant, your purpose becomes inevitable. Today, if it helps, make a small gesture that marks your return, even if you're already feeling better. A minute of silence, a minimal act of kindness, a gentle boundary, a simple decision, and then calmly feel this. You don't need to do it perfectly to make it real. Reality is built on returning, and you, from now on, know how to come back. That is your strength, and it's a luminous strength because it doesn't depend on the weather. It depends on you. Chapter 19. The Light That Guides You. This is the end, and I want you to feel it as a warm closure, not a harsh goodbye. Because what you've built here isn't just a collection of ideas. It's a way of returning to yourself. You've learned to create space, to reduce noise, to choose a direction, to hold evidence, to nurture your well-being. You've cultivated a working serenity that doesn't deny life, but rather orders it. And now, the most important thing is this. Your purpose isn't a distant destination. It's a light that guides you today, in the small and the real. If you take away just one understanding from this whole journey, let it be this. Your attention is your lamp. Wherever you place it, meaning appears. When you move it chaotically, the world becomes confusing. When you hold it calmly, the world becomes clearer. Not because the world immediately changes, but because you change the way you see it. Marcus Aurelius said that a person's life is what their thoughts make of it. You have already put that into practice. You chose what to nurture, what to let go of, what to repeat. And that choice is the root of your freedom. Epictetus taught that your power lies in your judgment and your actions. This final chapter doesn't ask you to live without problems. It asks you to live with discernment, that every time noise arises, you can return, that every time haste appears, you can breathe, that every time comparison arises, you can remember your true north, that every time doubt appears, you can offer a minimal proof. That response, repeated, is the light. Not an emotional light that shines when you're inspired, but a practical light that ignites when you decide. Neville spoke to you about the state as a cause, and perhaps now you feel it in a more human way. Your state is not a goal. It's a home, a place you return to, an internal climate from which your decisions are better. Accepting the end isn't about denying reality, it's about maintaining a direction. In terms of frequency, it's keeping your signal coherent, even when there's interference outside. In terms of gravity, it's keeping your center of mass aligned with your true north, even when the world pulls you in 1,000 directions. That is your silent power. Looking back, you notice your process was cumulative. You made small changes, you reduced inputs, you built an inner anechoic chamber, you practiced creative quarantine, you cleaned with unwavering compassion, you traversed drought and desert with hope, you became a serene creator, you used anonymity as protection, you cultivated sovereignty without applause, you increased the gravity of your focus, you accumulated critical mass, you nurtured your network, you practiced a diet of silence, you learned to return. None of it was a gimmick. It was inner education. It was building a system. Seneca said that we lose our lives through distraction. You have learned that living with purpose isn't about filling your day with more things. It's about giving it shape. And giving it shape doesn't require harshness, it requires clarity. When your life has shape, rest becomes real. Relationships become more present. Work becomes deeper. Your mind becomes less anxious. Your heart becomes less rushed. Not because everything is easy, but because you stopped living aimlessly. Now I want to talk to you about something very important, so that this ending is worthwhile. Life will test you again. Not as punishment, but as part of the natural flow. There will be weeks when the noise increases. There will be changes, demands, new seasons. In those moments, your mind might try to revert to the old ways. More stimulation, more haste, more reaction. And this is where this book ceases to be reading and becomes a compass. You don't need to remember all the words, you need to remember the light. The light is the smallest gesture that brings you back to yourself. A brief silence, a breath, a small piece of evidence, a return to your true north. Think about how you hold a lamp, not with emotion, but with constant energy. Your constant energy is your practice. When you don't have the strength for great things, you hold the bare minimum. And the bare minimum is more powerful than it seems because it maintains the chain of return, the chain of identity, the chain of purpose. A chain doesn't break because of a weak link. It breaks when you stop repairing it. You already know how to repair it. Blaise Pascal spoke of how difficult it is to be still. You now know that stillness is not a sad emptiness. It is a fertile space. In stillness, your mind finds order. In stillness, your body lowers its alertness. In stillness, your imagination ceases to be a storm and becomes a map. Neville would see it as the natural state of a wish fulfilled. Not euphoria, but gentle certainty. That gentle certainty is light. It feels like calm with direction. This closure is also an invitation to humility. You don't need to prove to anyone that you've changed. You don't need to turn your process into a spectacle. Your life will show it over time. Your calmness, your consistency, your ability to say no respectfully. the way you hold a block, the way you come back. That will speak for itself. Purpose is recognized by results, not by speeches. In business, this light manifests as clarity. Clarity in the offering, clarity in the message, clarity in priorities. People trust those who don't feel desperate. They trust those who don't follow every trend. They trust those who communicate from a place of inner peace. And you can have that inner peace, not as a persona, but as a practice. Every time you put your evidence before the noise, you're cultivating that trust. And that trust translates into healthier results. In your inner life, this light manifests as quiet dignity. Not the rigid dignity that is defensive, but the dignity that is sustained. You feel more at peace with yourself because you become more consistent. And that consistency reduces the tension that was previously disguised as normal stress. You become kinder to yourself without becoming permissive. You become firmer without becoming harsh. That middle ground is practical wisdom. Now, I want to leave you with a closing thought you can easily remember, not as a motto, but as simple guidance. When you don't know what to do, return to three things: silence, direction, and evidence. Silence to cut through the echo. Direction to regain your bearings. Evidence to turn direction into reality. That's all. If you do these three things, even in small ways, the light will shine again. I also want you to remember that your purpose can evolve without losing your center. Purpose doesn't always look the same at every stage. Sometimes it's expressed as building, sometimes as simplifying, sometimes as learning, sometimes as caring, sometimes as leading. What doesn't change is the core. Living with coherence, maintaining your focus, protecting your state of being. If you maintain this core, your purpose can adapt to life without getting lost. That is maturity. Neville would say to persist in the state. Epictetus would say to choose your response. Marcus Aurelius would say to act with serenity. Seneca would say not to waste your time. You translate it into something human and possible. Every day, you return. You return before the noise. You return when you get lost. You return when you're overwhelmed. You return when you compare yourself. You return when you're tired. And upon returning, your life becomes a little more orderly. This final chapter doesn't promise you a life without difficulties. It promises you something better. A life where you don't give up on yourself. A life where, no matter what happens, you have a light. A light that doesn't depend on approval, immediate results, or emotional climate. It depends on your ability to choose again, to breathe, to do the bare minimum that makes sense, to calmly hold your course. That is the light that guides you. And now, I close with this, simply and truly. You don't need to search for your purpose as if it were far away. Your purpose is already in your next conscious choice, in your next moment of silence, in your next small act of evidence, in your next decision to nurture your attention. Each time you do that, you quietly crown yourself. Each time you do that, your life becomes more your own. And when a life becomes more your own, direction appears effortlessly. That is your light. And it is available today. Chapter 20. Trust in the midst of uncertainty. Uncertainty isn't a problem you should eliminate to live well. It's a natural element of life that you must learn to embrace. The difficulty isn't the existence of variables beyond your control, but rather your mind's impulse to transform that lack of control into a threat. The ruminative mind cannot tolerate openness. It craves closure. It craves certainty. It craves an immediate answer so it can relax. And since reality doesn't always deliver certainty when you ask for it, the mind tries to fabricate it. If it can't fabricate it with facts, it fabricates it with stories. That's where the wear and tear begins. You're not living in the present. You're living with the tension of an imagined future. Confidence in this context is not blind faith nor a promise that everything will turn out perfectly. It's an internal stance that allows you to move forward without demanding absolute guarantees. It's the ability to say, I don't know everything, and yet I can respond with dignity. When that stance is strengthened, uncertainty ceases to feel like an abyss and begins to feel like a space where there are options, where there is learning, where there are small decisions that are indeed within your control. Confidence doesn't make you naive, it makes you stable. And stability is a form of quiet power. The law of attraction, understood in an emotional attentional sense, illuminates this clearly. Your internal state changes what you perceive and how you act. If you hold on to fear, your attention narrows and focuses solely on risks. If you hold on to sober confidence, your attention expands and begins to see resources and paths forward. Not because you invent them, but because you cease to be hypnotized by the threat. Uncertainty remains, but your body no longer interprets it as a sentence. This difference changes your tone, your communication, your productivity, and your ability to maintain relationships without constant vigilance. In everyday life, uncertainty appears in many forms. A message that doesn't arrive, a delayed response, a project still undefined, a pending conversation, a change of plans, a "we'll see later" that leaves a blank space. When the mind is activated, it fills that space with what it already knows. Old insecurities, past experiences, quick interpretations. And because the body reacts as if the situation were real, you tense up, you rush, you become more reactive. You end up doing things that don't represent you. You compulsively check, you overinterpret, you demand signs, you stay silent out of resentment, you respond coldly, you postpone decisions for fear of making a mistake. All of this doesn't stem from the event itself, but from the state of mind. Confidence in the face of uncertainty is built on a specific skill, distinguishing between what you don't know and what you're making up. Not to judge yourself, but to regain control. I don't know is a fact. It probably means this is usually a story. When you get used to separating the two, your mind calms down because it stops feeling compelled to solve the unsolvable. It begins to accept that some gaps can only be filled with time, communication, or action, not with mental loops. This acceptance isn't passivity, it's emotional intelligence. There's a kind of confidence that many people mistake for rigidity. I have to be calm all the time. That's not confidence, it's control. True confidence allows emotion to exist without letting it dictate everything. You can feel uneasy and still choose a calm tone. You can feel doubt and still take the next reasonable step. You can feel vulnerable and still communicate clearly. Confidence isn't the absence of emotion. It's inner leadership over emotion. And that leadership is cultivated, especially when life offers no guarantees. A simple example: you're waiting for a job confirmation or an important response. If you're anxious, your attention is glued to your phone, your body tenses up, and your mind replays scenarios. This state drains you and, moreover, makes you less effective in the things you can actually do while you wait. Sober confidence does something else. It acknowledges the weight, organizes what is within your control, and defines dignified behavior. Perhaps you decide to check messages at specific times instead of every minute. Perhaps you decide to make progress on another part of the work. Perhaps you decide that if there's no response within a reasonable time, you'll ask a clear and brief question, without pressure. This behavior restores your authority. And authority reduces rumination because your mind sees action, not just thought. In relationships, uncertainty is one of the strongest triggers. A change in tone, a distance, a delay, an ambiguous phrase. If your mind is trained for abandonment or rejection, it will interpret it quickly. Sober confidence allows you to hold on to something different, not turning ambiguity into condemnation. You can recognize the urge to read minds and choose respectful verification. You can wait for the right moment and ask calmly, without accusing. You can maintain your dignity without demanding constant proof. This stance changes the dynamics of the relationship because it reduces the climate of surveillance. And when there is less surveillance, there is usually more space for genuine conversation. Confidence is also evident in how you make decisions when you don't have all the information. Many people postpone decisions for fear of making a mistake, and this procrastination is disguised as prudence. True prudence evaluates and decides. Anxious procrastination evaluates endlessly and never decides. Sober confidence chooses a simple criterion, deciding with the available information and with a plan for correction. It's not about taking a leap of faith. It's about recognizing that almost all important decisions are refined as you go. When you accept that, the mind stops demanding perfection before taking action. It begins to act responsibly. The key here is to build trust through evidence, not rhetoric. Your mind doesn't calm down because you repeat phrases. It calms down because it sees you respond well. Responding well doesn't mean responding perfectly. It means responding consistently, pausing before reacting, speaking clearly, finishing what you start, correcting yourself when you make a mistake, maintaining boundaries, choosing conscious rest. Each of these actions is a brick. Over time, your mind leans on that building. And when your mind leans on evidence, it tolerates uncertainty better. It no longer feels that everything depends on controlling the future. It feels that it depends on your ability to respond. Uncertainty often triggers you because it makes you feel small. It makes you feel like life is deciding for you. Sober confidence restores a sense of inner strength. You don't control everything, but you're not helpless either. You control your attention. You control your tone. You control your habits. You control your willingness to ask, to wait, to act. That list may seem simple, but it's enormous. Because most suffering in uncertainty doesn't come from a lack of external control. It comes from a loss of internal control. Regaining internal control is regaining calm. At this point, it's worth remembering something practical. The mind confuses uncertainty with urgency. It pushes you to solve things now, to speak now, to write now, to decide now. But acting under pressure often leads to mistakes. Sober confidence introduces a short pause that changes everything. A pause where you reconnect with your body, release tension, and ask yourself, what's the cleanest thing I can do right now? Sometimes the cleanest thing is to wait. Sometimes it's to ask. Sometimes it's to move forward with something else. Sometimes it's to set a boundary. Sometimes it's to sleep and decide tomorrow with greater clarity. That question pulls you out of the impulse and gives you back direction. Confidence also involves learning to live with a healthy degree of not knowing. Not knowing isn't a failure. It's a normal state. The problem is that the ruminating mind interprets not knowing as incompetence. Then it either humiliates itself or becomes obsessed. Mature mental discipline does something else. It accepts not knowing and chooses to train. The training might be gathering factual information, making a call, writing a clear message, asking someone with experience, organizing your steps, tidying your environment to reduce noise. In other words, you change "I don't know" to "I'm going to take the next step." That change seems small, but it creates movement, and movement creates clarity. In the practical law of attraction, confidence functions as an internal climate that makes effective behavior more likely. You don't attract results by desperately wanting them. You increase your chances when you maintain a state where your attention isn't hijacked, where your communication isn't tainted by anxiety, where your actions are consistent. Sober confidence produces just that: better communication, better presence, better timing, better listening skills, and better follow-through. These improvements aren't abstract. They manifest in your daily life. And when they manifest, your mind finds peace because it sees consistency. There is also confidence in the small things, trusting that you can get through an ordinary day without betraying yourself, trusting that you can maintain a habit even when you don't feel like it, trusting that you can speak with dignity even when there is tension, trusting that you can regain control when rumination pulls you back. This confidence is built on returns. It's not built on avoiding falls, it's built on returning. Returning to your body, returning to clarity, returning to a clear tone, returning to the essential task, returning to your self-respect. Every return is training. Uncertainty also teaches you something valuable. It shows you where you're looking for security in the wrong places. If your security depends on everything going your way, you'll live anxiously. If your security depends on everyone confirming your wishes, you'll live on guard. If your security depends on not feeling discomfort, you'll live avoiding it. Sober confidence moves security to a more real place, your ability to respond and correct course. When security is there, uncertainty no longer controls you. It may be uncomfortable, but it doesn't run your life. In everyday life, this stance translates into simple habits. Closing small things to reduce noise. Not arguing when you're agitated. Choosing appropriate times to talk. Reducing stimuli when your mind is overwhelmed. Fulfilling minimal commitments to build evidence. Accepting that some answers take time, and that time is not the enemy if you are present. These practices create a foundation. And when you have a foundation, uncertainty loses its power to drag you down. Trust in the midst of uncertainty is ultimately a repeated decision. Not surrendering your state of mind to what hasn't yet happened. Not turning emptiness into a threat. Not fabricating endings. Choosing direction calmly. When you maintain this, your life becomes less reactive, your relationships become cleaner, and your decisions become clearer. Not because you have absolute certainties, but because you no longer need them to live with dignity. That is mature trust, walking without haste, with awareness, knowing that you can return to yourself whenever your mind tries to wander. Thank you for reading this far. If this content has made you reflect or opened new perspectives, don't stop now. The first link in the description gives you access to much more material to continue growing, learning, and applying it to your life. See you in the next video, but remember, your transformation begins when you take action.